Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. We are back. It is day 3 of the festival series here from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We are refreshed. We have recharged. We are back and ready to go. Live coverage here on a 30-minute delay coming from DTD. This is the Poker Listings Championship final few tables. I'm joined once more in the booth by my main man, Mr. Manuel Zapp. Manuel, it's time for some tournament action, and for you waiting, I hope you're ready to go.
Andrew, 16 players left. If I am right about that, around that number, it's all about the trophy today, isn't it? And you cannot forget the big prize jumps on the way. One single hand can decide your tournament. So if I can give one advice to the players today, bring your A game, focus 100%, because this is crunch time.
Crunch time indeed, my friend. We have been waiting for some tournament action. Cash game streams for the first 2 days here at Dusk Till Dawn, and now we are ready to go. So as I just mentioned, this is the final 2 tables of the Poker Listings Championship, featuring £120 buy-in, and we have just a shade under £7,000 up top. Actually got a field of just under 400 runners, which is very good for early in the week. And we're just going to kick into the action. And before I go back over to you, Manuel, we have Vlad with the pocket aces, with the 3-bet, facing an under the gun raise from Nicholas, and he has made it 1.4 million to go.
Yeah, very nice hand here. The best starting hand in poker. That's what you want when you run deep into a tournament, to get that card run. Sadly, no action for the aces here. But yeah, probably fine to 3-bet here. Could also potentially flat this hand to get a little trappy.
Yeah, I think normally when we are in early position, especially when we're getting down to the final few tables, typically when we enter pots, we probably want to do it with a 3-bet, being in such early position. But I hear you for sure, could have laid a little sneaky trap. So this is the final 2 tables, guys. We will be playing right through to the conclusion, where we will crown our Poker Listings Championship champion. Myself and Manuel will be here throughout and until the conclusion. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you're as excited as we are to see who ships the lot.
Yeah, £7,000 almost, slightly under it for the winner today. That's a bunch of money, especially compared to the low buy-in, one of the lowest buy-in tournaments of the festival series here in Nottingham. But yeah, if you take that down, you're more than free rolling the rest of the week. Should give you a very good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the initial opening events here at DTD, and as we've been mentioning earlier in the week, there is a bunch of cash games, a bunch of tournaments on offer, culminating in our 1K High Roller No Limit event, which is on Saturday, and the big one, the Big Daddy, the main event, our flagship, 450 buy-in, 200k guaranteed. There are 4-day ones running for that event, and they are on now. First day one was today, I believe, so anybody who is in the Midlands, anywhere near Nottingham, get yourself to DTD. We're expecting a very large prize pool for the main event, and a bunch of money is there to be won.
Yeah, lots of action and also some known players. I think I just spotted GJ Reggie at the table, very known poker streamer from the Twitch streets. Good luck to her today.
Yeah, I did spot Reggie. Also spotted JJ Hazan in the final 16. He is a DTD regular. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what happens. There's gold in the streets, Manuel. All they have to do is bend down and pick it up.
I think there's going to be 15 tables trying to keep you away from picking up that gold. Will be a tough competition. But yes, you have to go for the gold. But maybe there will be some scary thoughts, missing out on some very big price jumps as we move on to the final table.
You know what they say, Manuel. This ICM that everyone talks about, this was just created by the rich to keep the poor poor. That's my take on it. We're just going to ignore ICM and go straight for the win.
So you want to see them play for it all?
I want to see them play for it all, buddy. And on that note, well, there she is, Georgie. GJ Reggie, she has flopped the nuts with the Jacket of Diamonds.
Very, very nice of you when you opening close to bottom of your range, and then hit a flop like that. Just an absolute dream flop. She goes for a small size here, which is not very typical for this board, but I do see the reasoning with holding the nuts. She doesn't want to kill her action.
Absolutely. Vlad also in that awkward stack size of 35 big blinds, maybe looking to induce a check raise and be able to get the money in down the streets. So as you can see, guys, we are down to our final 15 players, all playing for the top prize of £6,850. And as the pressure builds, and we count down towards that final table. Manuel, are you feeling rested? Did you get a good sleep, ready to commentate on this final knockings of the Poker Listings champs?
Yes, I'm very well rested. I'm very happy to see some MTT poker as well. And I'm very happy to have you happy today, because I know this is your game, right, Andrew?
You know it. I'm a slave to No Limit Texas Hold'em, my friend. It has me. But I've been enjoying the PLO cash games. But yeah, this is our first tournament stream, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat, if you want to have a conversation with myself and Manuel, any questions, please feel free to fire them in. But we're excited, and let's jump back into the action now that we've set the scene. Awkward spot here for Georgina with just a shade under 40 bigs and the ace king off, facing an early position open. She has elected just to rip it.
Yeah, the open raise is basically an all-in, just leaving a few big blinds behind. You could elect to call here with ace king or just rip it. I think either way is fine. I mean, you're not gonna fold the hand anyways, and it's not really necessary to induce a lot. If you think your opponents are not going to jam ace queen, ace jack type of hands over your flat anyways, you might as well rip it yourself. I like the play by Georgina here.
I would agree. Also, we can get some hands like 8s and 9s to potentially just fold out, which is good news for us, and get it heads up against Morel. So we are off to the races.
It's a classic.
It is. So Reggie with the ace king. Morel is gonna need to hold with his pocket fours to stay alive. Here we go.
What can go wrong here?
All good for Morel thus far. No backdoor flush draws working for Reggie. Gonna need an ace or a king or a backdoor straight. Does turn the queen of hearts. Morel looking to fade the 10 ace or king to stay alive. And he does. Big double up for Morel. Gets himself off the ventilator up to 14 big blinds. Unfortunate for Reggie, but she can take the hit.
Yeah, it was the paint on the river, but the wrong one.
1 million.
But Georgina has a very healthy stack, and she also has the support of the entire Twitch chat, it seems like. So she hopefully can recover from this one.
Okay.
Absolutely good to see the chat going wild, sweating Reggie's all-ins. Fortunately for her there, Morel only with around about 5.5 big blinds to start the hand. As you can see, we are playing blinds 100, 200k. Nicholas with a whole heap of chips. Would imagine he is probably the overall chip leader with around about 75 bigs. And 3 or 4 short stacks looking to double up as we approach the final table.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how Nicholas approaches the situation. If he's gonna really step on the gas pedal and open up hands that normally are not in the opening range, just because he is in a position to pressure the table right now. Gonna be very interesting along the lines.
Absolutely. Very easy to go on winner's tilt, as we call it, and perhaps step a little too far out of line when you have all the chips. but as we know, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the shorties. So folded round to the button, Vlad with the Jack-9 off, stack of around 35 big blinds, does elect to make the laydown. I don't mind it, approaching the final table. Don't want to open too wide here, especially into stacks of 15 and 8 big blinds. JJ obviously considering shoving here. William down to 8 bigs, but William does get a walk. He will be delighted to receive it, seeing as he is so short.
Would you consider a limp here, ever, with Jack-3 suited from the small blind?
Kind of an awkward spot. Obviously, the later we get and the closer we get to the final table, it's easier to just enter pots with aggression, I feel. But obviously, with the big blind only having 8 bigs, raise fold becomes difficult. I think he could potentially limp and look to take it down post. What are your thoughts yourself?
I mean, I like shoving. I think people tend to overfold maybe slightly a little bit, and then your suited Jack-X should be good enough to just get it in there and hope. Once you get called, you're obviously not loving life, but that's just one of the things in MTT poker that's going to happen.
I would agree. So Reggie waking up with the 7s under the gun. Corrado here in a very awkward spot with deuces. Does let it go. Very disciplined fold.
Yeah, respecting the positions, really well-timed fold there with the pocket deuces.
Yeah, not really a hand that we're going to want a VPIP from such early positions. Even without ICM pressure, I think we would be having a pretty easy fold. William tanking in the small. My apologies, we're still waiting for JJ. That is JJ Hazan.
JJ thinking maybe with the ace blocker to go sneak in a little 3-bet there, but he lets it go as well, respecting the under the gun position from Georgina.
Now Morel with the suited King 8, would expect him to defend. Has a hand that can flop well. We are short. Look to flop some equity. Is going to defend.
Call. Heads up.
And wow, it is an action flop. Not so much action for the 7s, but Morel is going to be very happy to see this board.
Very unfortunate for Georgina, because with her range, she's still going to c-bet that board a lot, and she's most likely going to get the shove from the overcard and the king-high flush draw. And then there's just nothing she can do with the 7s. That's just how the hand will mostly go down.
Absolutely. Morel, with 10 bigs, would expect him to go ahead and just run this and take his equity across the turn and river. If Reggie were to call, would expect a pile.
5 seconds. Raise.
Interesting. It does go for the non-all-in check raise. Perhaps trying to represent a little more strength than just piling it in, where people can think that you are on a draw more than value. We can see that this is almost certainly going to work.
Yeah, maybe he also wants to have some bluffs in his range, which he can still fold to an all-in, therefore using a little bit of a smaller size, leaving him with 6 blinds behind. But it doesn't change the outcome of the hand.
Yeah, so an unfortunate rocky start for Reggie so far. We are down to the final 15 players. Really nothing she could do. But as you can see, we are now down to 14. Nicholas with a huge amount of chips. Corrado, Vlad, and Georgina all on the medium stacks. Morel getting himself out of that danger zone, up to 18 big blinds after doubling through with the 4s and then picking up a nice pot with the King 8 suited. I am Andrew Headley, your main commentator for the week. This is the Poker Listings Championship. We're down to the final 2 tables. And in the booth with me is my co-commentator, Mr. Manuel Zapf, and we will be here until the conclusion of the tournament.
I thought for a second there you said co-captain. I would have liked that.
75.
You're my co-pilot, buddy. Don't you worry about that.
Pass.
And as co-pilot, go ahead and take us through this hand.
So we have a very big open raise here from Michael, almost 3x from under the gun with the ace-10 suited. No one really defending much against this size. What do you think is the reasoning behind this big opening sizing?
It's interesting. Not something that you will typically see, but you know, playing against these large open raises can be very difficult to combat. Even if this folds to the big blind and you have, you know, a hand like a suited king 6, for example, or some sort of mediocre hand that you would like to defend against a min raise, when people start, you know, 3x in, 3.5x in, it can be really difficult to defend. So not typically a raise size I would use, but I can see some merits putting some pressure on the table behind.
Yeah, definitely agree on that. Especially if you feel like maybe there's some more experienced players at the table. Probably want to get out of those post-flop situations. Just taking down some chips, increasing your stack. And
For
less
sure.
headache. Less headache it will give as well.
Always what you want at the final two tables. So Vlad comes in with the open with the 7s. Off a stack of around about 35 bigs to start the hand. Does get it through, raise and take it.
Oh, very standard here to not defend the queen 4. I really like that. Even at a shorter stack size, he's playing 22 big blinds. Against an early position raise, you're just going to get in a lot of trouble.
Does get out of the way. So Nicholas out in front. William, JJ and Morel looking to find some heat as we approach this final table. Twitch chat really behind Reggie, I see. Lots and lots of love for GJ Reggie. They'll be hoping she can double up and take a stranglehold on this tourney.
Yeah, definitely a plus for the series to have streamers like Reggie here. I met her in London for the EPT, and she's always in a good mood, always joking around at the table. Maybe if we're going to see her at the final table, it will be a little bit more serious because it's so much money up top, but great to see her playing this event.
For sure. So for those just joining us, this is the Poker Listings Championship. One of our initial launch events this week at Dusk Till Dawn. This is the festival series. We're in Nottingham for the week, and myself and Manuel will be in the booth every day, right through until Sunday evening, where we crown our main event champion. If you want to check out anything festival series, please go to www.thefestival.com, where we have all of the scheduling for all of the events and everything that is going to be happening in Nottingham and in future events too. So back into the action, William with a borderline hand, ace-9 suited with around about 10 bigs. You would imagine he will rip this in, Manuel.
That's definitely plus EV. I think a rip is just fine. It would be interesting to see a limp here as well sometimes, but he chooses the rip. I guess the limp would rather be from under the gun and not from +1, so yeah, definitely a good rip.
Yeah, I think with, you know, around about 12 bigs or so, we could potentially even raise fold a hand like this. But when you're round about 10, maybe William just thinking that players won't call too wide. He might get some tight folds from slightly better holdings. I like jam.
We'll wait for the table captain.
Oh, okay.
Vlad in the big with the ace-5 off.
That guy.
Can't imagine that he flicks this in.
Oh, the grey hair. I mean,
Yeah, this is a question. Like Chip EV definitely should be printing, but there is the ICM considerations that you don't want to hear about, Andrew.
ICM, schmicm. Something I thought I would never say on a live poker stream. You know, we want to see people go for the gold. But yeah, ace-5 off, not going to be good enough against the 10 big blind jam from EP. I'm going to have to give a small shout out here. Mr. Finton Gavin in the Twitch chat. A living poker legend. I've commentated with him many times. Nice to see you, Finton. As we look at the chip counts, Nicholas still way out in front. Will be looking to leverage that stack, put pressure on the other players, and yeah, look to take the big bully stack to the final table.
Yeah, I imagine it can take a while today. We have 30-minute blinds, so people are still fairly deep, and they really gonna fight for this top prize. So I expect to see quite some hours of great poker here.
Yeah, we are
475.
excited. This is our first tournament stream of the week. Just to let you guys know about future plans for the week, we have our cash game challenge that is a staple of the festival series. And we have 2 more days of cash game action, both tomorrow and Friday. And we have some big stakes lined up. Hope that you can join us. We have a 5-10 game with a mandatory £25 straddle, which is going to play very large. And we are very hopeful, waiting for final
Gonna have an injury,
confirmation,
guys.
but we may have a
luck.
25-50 cash game on Friday, which has the potential for some massive, massive pots. Saturday is back into the tournament streets, our 1K high roller. And as I have said before, on Sunday, we will be covering our flagship main event, final day, all the way through at the final table. Should be chunks up top. So thank you everyone for joining, and I hope you will join myself and Manuel every day through to Sunday night.
And with chunks, you mean 75,000, right?
Listen, I made the prediction, 75k. I like ambition, you know this. We've spoken about this many times. We want as big a prize pool as possible. And I think it could happen, man. 75 grand up top, I'm calling it. I said it, I'm a man of my word. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I hope we're gonna see a big paycheck for the winner on Sunday night. Always exciting to have big money up top and to see how the players react to the pressure. I love it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Going to be action everywhere. All right, let's jump back into it now that the scheduling stuff is out of the way. Corrado with an interesting spot here with 8-9 of diamonds in EP. Awkward off the mid stack, but does look as if he's going to come in.
I really like the open raise here. Of 33 bigs, you can still allow yourself to open raise suited connectors like this. You're gonna get a lot of credit from early position. They play perfectly post flop. Love the open raise from Corrado.
Yeah, and it looks as if we will be. This is a very awkward spot for William. What's your favorite play here, Manuel? Are we going to defend? Look to set mine? We don't imagine we're going to get too many folds when we shove. Very awkward.
If I'm playing against someone who I know is active enough, takes the spot a lot to raise fold, and is not scared to take these steal spots, I am ripping as well. Against everybody else at the table, I'm electing to call.
I would agree. I think he may have jammed. Yeah, William, fair play, takes the 12 big blind rejam. We can see it's almost certainly going to work unless Corrado is in a gambling mood.
I mean, of course he's getting great pot odds, but he also is realizing this is basically the worst hand I'm opening. I can be absolutely crushed here. William will do the same with pocket nines, pocket tens, maybe even up to pocket queens. Maybe trap kings and aces, we don't know, but it's gonna be a very dicey spot. Of course, if he could see the pocket deuces, he would call.
Yeah, for sure. Can't imagine that Corrado is going to risk a third, more than a third, 40% of his chips in this spot. He's thinking about it. He is thinking about it.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I love that we have these, that we have the time here, so that players cannot tank forever. In a situation like this, he can take his time. He does have these time cards to extend his time bank, but we're going to see some fast poker, which is important in tournaments, to not have endless tanking.
For sure. For anyone unaware, we are using time bank cards. Oh, I think he called. He did call. Corrado, he's here to win. I love to see it. The no ICM call off. Let's go. All right, 8-9 suited against deuces.
Yeah, it's another flip. Last time the pocket pair held up. Let's see if that happens again.
Pretty safe turn for William. Does need to dodge a 3, a 4, 8, or a 9. And he does dodge with the Jack of Spades on the river. William doubling up to a very healthy stack compared to where he started of around about 5.3 million. Very surprised to see that call off, Manuel.
I'm a little bit surprised as well, but he was doing fairly good with the 8-9 suited against the deuces, of course. But this will show you never give up in a tournament. William was fairly short. Now he just doubled up, and now he has a third of the chip stack of the chip leader. So just 1 or 2 more hands, and he's totally up there.
For sure, we do expect things to change quickly. This is the Poker Listings Championship, guys. Final 14 runners. We are playing on a 30-minute clock, 30-minute blinds. And yeah, we are approaching the big money, the big jumps, the final table. Let's get right back into the action.
Fold.
Yeah, a couple of easy folds here for the early position, and now we have Nicholas coming in with the ace-10 offsuit and with a big stack. No surprise to see a raise here.
Yeah, Vlad with the ace-jack off in the cutoff. Awkward spot. Could elect to 3-bet fold this hand occasionally. Could just peel in position if he thinks his hand does well against Nicholas's open range, which it should. You would expect Nicholas to be opening with a bunch of hands. Does land on call. Wow, JJ he's piled the 5-6 suited. Wow, not something I would expect at all. Into 2 players. Rips the 12.5 bigs.
Yeah, and I believe he's gonna get a call here from one of the 2. I can see both of them folding. Vlad basically having one of the best hands he can hold here apart from his traps. So even if Nicholas gets out of the way, he will probably find the call. But 6-5 suited again, very alive.
It's almost as if the guys have been listening to my words. Disregard ICM, let's run it. Love it. I don't know, even here, if Nicholas folds Vlad, you're not happy, right? You're really unhappy.
Fold.
I mean, I guess he's played a little bit with JJ. Maybe he's seen some things like this before. I mean, once you're in there, it's just 10 big blinds more.
I think he's going to fold, buddy. That's the prediction.
I can only decide what I do.
He's not happy, you can see.
Even if you're not happy, this is normally the, I'm going to tank a little bit. Okay, I put my chips in. See, there's the tank. We should have a side bet on this.
He's going to fold.
I'm going to say he calls.
€20 bet, fold.
All right, it's on.
Go on, son, in the muck.
Come on, he could have any pocket here.
Ah,
He could do
he's
this with
looking back at
ace-10.
it. He's looking back at it. He's going to fold.
Just a tiny bit too good to fold.
Oh, oh.
10 seconds.
You know, we like to have fun here on the Festival Series stream.
Oh.
Oh, yes, I'm the genius. Ship it. Ship the €20. Next live stop. Right in my pocket, buddy.
Amazing play from JJ here with the 6-5 suited, super wild, but it's paying off. And it's also paying off for Andrew.
See, I mean, I just don't win that pot. So fair play, JJ. Up to 4 million. Just a shade under, round about 19 bigs. As we can see, Nicholas still way out in front. And a bunch of 15 to 20 to 30 big blind stacks in the mix. We are down to our final 2 tables of the Poker Listings Championship.
Yeah, great few hands to start with. We can see some action, very entertaining. Really looking forward to this tournament stream. And Twitch stream, Twitch chat seems to be as well. Thanks to 100 viewers for watching us right now. Great to have you here, guys.
Absolutely, especially for one of our smaller, yet, you know, still magnificent opening events. It's good to see. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I'm still recovering from JJ piling in the 6 high with no perceived fold equity. I tell you, he's got it through.
500.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by the fold, but yeah, maybe some players do consider ICM more than others. That's always going to be the case in tournaments.
Absolutely. Especially once we approach the final table. You may see people tighten up a little more. Love to see it, though. We've seen all-ins with 8-9 of diamonds, 5-6 of spades. Within the first 20 minutes, we are in for some action.
Or changes, I don't know,
500, yes.
Yeah, I came in with 700k. Who's commentating on this?
Vlad coming in with the hijack open race with the ace deuce offsuit, also very close to the bottom part of his range, I believe.
Anyone commentating or just the dealer?
Yep, for sure. Morel with an interesting spot. I would imagine he will jam this in. Not going to get too many better opportunities to re-steal, and King Queen suited certainly should be one of them.
Yeah, King Queen suited amazing jam here. You block a lot of the calling range. You have equity against almost everything when called. Plus the additional fold equity of a 12 big blind stack. Beautiful jam here.
Again, electing the non-all-in 3-bet size, but that's going to get the job done.
These cards are awful.
How would you approach things here, Manuel, on the sort of sub-20 big blind stack? The clock is relatively fast, 30 minutes. Would you be looking to mostly be tight, looking to rejam, looking to get some steals through? How do you adapt as you're approaching this final table?
I mean, my strategy normally is to open raise pretty wide, to not call off all-ins too wide, but I think against players like JJ, my strategy would not function at all. So I might have to mix that up.
Fold.
Makes a lot of sense, my friend. Argnium says, hi comms, can you tell the table tracer to change Morel's name to Marius? Absolutely. I will get right on it.
$725.
I'll see it on YouTube.
We do have the first blind battle of the day. Sadly, no action. The raise of Corrado with a 10-8 suited takes it down. 10 deuce offsuit. Very clear fold here for Michael.
Blind, please.
So a little bit of side knowledge being imparted to me from my overlords. So we wanted to change Morel's name to Marius. Well, Marius Morel is an Estonian crusher, actually won 2 Estonian championship titles during a 24-hour period, Manuel. So very experienced. Last one he won just binked for around about 30k. This was very recent also, so has a lot of experience in these final stages of tournaments.
Fold.
It's always a good feeling. If you have a deep run and you just had a recent big success, you go there with confidence, you wake up and you cannot wait for that tournament to start. I hope we're going to see some great plays. We expect great plays from him now.
For sure. Now, Michael, sub 15 bigs, ace 10 off in the small, premium holding, facing just the big blind. He does elect to 3.5x raise. Probably looking to call off. Nicholas just getting out of the way.
Yeah, definitely fine to jam here as well. Looks a little bit like an overkill for that strong of a hand, but these offsuit ace-x just have such poor equity realization out of position that you just want to get it in and get called by the ace-8 offsuit. That's what you're just looking for, right?
Absolutely. When we open shove, we're definitely going to get called by worse. And yeah, don't really want to go to too many flops out of position when we are sub 15 bigs. Anyway, for everyone joining us, welcome. Thank you so much. This is the Festival Series, coming to you on a 30-minute delay from Dusk Till Dawn Cardroom in Nottingham. And we are still down to 14 players in the Poker Listings Championship. And it won't be long until we are at that big final table. Just a shade under 400 runners, just under £7,000 for the win, which for £120 buy-in, Manuel, not too shabby at all.
No, great prize pool, great first prize money. Really looking forward once you're sitting there now, 14 left to run this one deep. You want to be there in 2 or 3 hours, sitting there 3 left and trying to take it down.
Yes, indeed. Interesting spot for Nicholas with the king 4 suited. Covering Vlad, he does elect to just apply pressure with an open. I think I like this. Now Vlad has a decision with 20 bigs. Rejam is certainly a thing. Nicholas is going to be perceived to be opening very wide off the big stack, approaching the final table.
This is, again, one of those questions, whether your opponent is very active or not. Against an active opponent who tries to steal a lot from the small blind, ace-3 works very, very nicely as a jam. But
Very
he decides to
interesting.
3-bet again.
Yeah.
Raised 1.6.
Giving himself the opportunity to 3-bet fold here with the baby ace. I don't hate it.
Fold.
Well played. Vlad is going to get the job done. Not playing scared. Hey, I've got to say, nobody at this table is playing scared. Everybody going for the win.
Yeah, really, really nice active approaches to the game by everybody. Some wild call downs, some wild shoves. So they heard you, Andrew. They heard you when you said ICM, Schmeicm.
These are my people. Although ICM, Schmeicm is not really a quotation that I would like attached to my name.
It's too late now.
Sometimes we do things we regret. What can I tell you? Now, Marius with the 16 bigs, ace queen off in early position. Certainly going to VPip this hand, but he has run right into the kings of Corrado. Very, very difficult spot for Morel here.
And this is really interesting. I believe Mario chose to open raise this to about 2 or 2.5 big blinds. And now in Corrado's shoes, are you gonna ever go for a trap here, or are you just gonna pile? Or we might even see another 3-bet, which we've seen quite a lot of short stack sizes.
500.
I don't think so. I think approaching the final table, we have a premium hand. Morel already, Marius, excuse me, opening off a shallow stack. Is going to have quite a few raised calls in there. I think pile is the most likely outcome, and I would shove here with
All in.
kings. He does elect to rip it. Very tough spot for Marius now. Super tough against this 15 to 16 big blind reshove. Going to be really difficult to get away from ace queen.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a full table of 9 players, he can get away from it maybe. But this is a 7-handed table. Really, really tough spot, I agree.
Yeah, this is gross. Well, the chat has been telling us that Marius is on a heater. He's a very strong player. If he gets away from this,
4
more
million,
power to him.
2, 3,
Tough,
4
tough, tough spot.
275.
Is it time for another side bet?
4,375.
I mean, do you think it plays into his decision here that he just saw the 8-9 suited call off from Corrado?
That's very true. Actually, very true. Although he may think that his rejam all-in range for all of his chips will be obviously stronger than the 8-9 suited call-off. This is tough. Very, very difficult spot.
I do agree as well. Might as well flip a coin here.
You should be worried. I'll tell you that you should be worried.
Marius shown some experience here trying to get Corrado to talk. Perhaps pick up some live tells.
Your chips, you sure you like?
10 seconds.
He looks comfortable, Manuel. Corrado.
Yeah, but he did look comfortable with the 8-9 suited as well, so I wouldn't read too much into that. He seems to be a player who has seen some poker tables
He
as
makes the fold, Marius. Bravo, sir. Nice lay down. Does get shown the kings.
well. Oh, that must feel even better now.
Yeah, great lay down, Marius.
Yeah, and he leaves himself with 14 big blinds. Like, as we've seen earlier, 14 big blinds can turn into 30 very quick, and then you're already up there with the chip leaders. or at least very close.
JJ, small
So
blind, please.
maybe that fold was worth a bunch of British pounds.
We will see as we develop. This is the final 14 runners, guys, as we approach the final table. Poker Listings Championship.
Small blind, please.
Great fold, Marius keeps himself in the mix,
Fold.
showing his experience. And he has been on a heater, as we have heard, over the last several months.
Maybe it's not a heater. Maybe he just finds those faults all the time.
Great laydown. I got to hand it to him. I would not have blamed him for spinning the wheel there, especially after seeing Corrado in the mix with the 8-9 of diamonds earlier. Great fold.
Exactly. That makes the spot even tougher. I'm very impressed by the laydown as well.
Fold.
Right, interesting to see here Nicholas as the chip leader. Gonna have a wide range here from the cutoff. And William definitely with a potential jam from the big blind against the cutoff range with King Queen. Defending works as well, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to dominate a lot of the opening range of Nicholas. He's going to open a bunch of Broadway combos. And so if it does come king or queen high, there's potential to get a full double up. Definitely don't hate shove, and call also good. Does come with call. Now Nicholas with the chance here to get a better hand to fold.
Yeah.
Would expect lots of small C betting on this board.
600.
Yeah, the old rule in poker, whenever both players miss, the more aggressive one will get to win the pot. And I guess with an opening range and being the chip leader, Nicholas is the favorite to win this hand now.
Yeah, does come with just under half pot and gets William to fold the dominating hand. I guess this is the flip side of not jamming pre. You can occasionally be bluffed out of the pot when Nicholas has worse. So
Everybody
Nicholas,
looks very
Yep.
comfortable for being in the spotlight on the TV table. How do you feel once you approach the final two tables and then somebody comes up, the floor comes up to you and says, this table is going to be the TV table now?
I think the first few times I was put in that spot, you are of course a little nervous. It's a new environment, a new atmosphere. You know that people are going to see how you play. There can be a little bit of trepidation about making mistakes, but as you get more experience, this just becomes sort of second nature. But I agree, everybody looking pretty calm, pretty relaxed. And Michael, well, when you get ace queen off a short stack, you feel pretty relaxed. Comes in for a 3x from under the gun +1.
Again, electing the big sizing here of the short stack with a rather strong holding. Probably not being very interested to see some big blinds calls with those 5-4 suited type of hands.
Sure. JJ getting some TV time with the 10 deuce of diamonds. Marius getting put in some awkward spots. I'd expect him just to lay this down pre to the large sizing, showing his experience, not getting attached to the mediocre ace.
Yeah, not even tanking for long. Very, very snappy fold there by Marius. Even though he has lost quite some chips at the TV table, great performance so far. He could have lost a lot more.
Absolutely. Kept himself in the mix with that good ace-queen fold. We are playing 30-minute blinds here, guys, so as the levels continue to increase, gonna put some more pressure on the short stacks. They're gonna need to get busy. Nicholas still way out in front at this feature table. 14 runners remaining in this £120 buy-in Poker Listings Championship. £7,000 up top when we crown our champion.
550. Fold, fold. Fold.
Yeah, big money waiting here up top and a lot of possibilities at the Poker Festival Series to reinvest those winnings. Great tournaments coming up, right, Andrew?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Zapf. We have coming up on Saturday, we have a 1K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. And we, of course, have our flagship main event, £450 buy-in, 200k guaranteed. And there are 4 day ones, guys. If you're thinking of coming to Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham, day ones are running now right through until Friday, and the final day is on Sunday, where we will be covering it live. Me and Manuel, we're going to be here every day, sweating, blood, sweat, tears,
Thank you.
cups of tea, cups of coffee, all of it. We're going to be here until we crown our champion on Sunday night.
Yeah, every day enjoying the action and of course your company, Andrew. Very happy to be here with you.
What a sweet talker. Valentine's Day was yesterday, my friend, eh?
Yeah, you forbid me yesterday to do the sweet talk, so I have to do it today.
All right. I'll allow it. We're approaching the final. My spirits are high.
Fold.
Carry on, my man.
Let's see if we can see a cutoff open from William. A little bit on the question mark, I would say, whether to open raise this ace-6. Also depending on the players behind. Naturally, of course, an open. But again, this ICM, maybe you want to tighten up your range a little bit. But he does find the open. And he will take it down.
Very happy to just take it down with folds.
Blind, please.
As we have said, guys, this is the festival series. If you want any more information about the schedule of tournaments, hospitality events, or the like, please go to thefestival.com, where you can see the full schedule for this event in Nottingham and future events moving forward. And here at DTD, if you want any information about what's coming up, please check us out at DTD Club, at DTD Live on Twitter and Instagram. And you can check out at the Festival OG on both platforms too. So anyway, JJ sends it. 13 big blinds. Suited ace-5.
Yeah, 13 big blinds right around the corner again. For 11 or 12, you probably always send it. For 14 and 15, you always open raise it. So 13, I don't mind the jam here, putting maximum pressure on his opponents.
Yeah, right on the cusp. I would agree in between the two. JJ does go with jam.
Fold, fold.
Don't have sevens. Just don't have sevens. Any other hands don't mind.
Now Nicholas with a very awkward king-queen off.
Thank God for that.
Looks like he already folded.
Yeah.
I like the fold again, where it's just too many ace-x in Nicholas' jamming range. Gets really tricky if you have king-queen suited though.
Nobody's ever folded king-queen suited, Manny. To a 13 big blind jam.
Yes.
Click call. Click the call button. See what happens.
No,
Also,
just
king-queen
testing
suited is a
to see
magic
if
hand,
you're-
right? Even if you're
I'm
behind.
just testing to see if you're paying attention.
I don't think it's ever lost an all-in, my friend.
So you're a bit late on that one.
There's always a first time.
Come in a bit quicker. Even I didn't know they were there. I thought they'd been collected.
So yeah, we are right on the edge of a price jump. 14 players left. Secured £500. The 13th place gets £100 more with 600. I don't think that matters a lot for any of the players right now.
No,
They
as
are
we've seen-
here to win,
As
yeah.
we've seen, everyone's here to win. William with the ace-9 off under the gun 1.
Fold.
Another one of these awkward spots. I like the fold. Full table behind. Working off around 18 bigs. Does decide to get away.
Fold. Fold.
Looks like we're gonna have another blind battle, maybe between Nicholas and Vlad, but this time we see an open fold from the chip leader with the 7 deuce suited.
Yeah, does elect to give him a walk. So as we can see, Nicholas way out in front still with around about 55 bigs. And then it's starting to bunch up behind him. A bunch of 10 to 20 big blind stacks. There is going to come a tipping point, Manny, right, where these stacks are going to have to start getting it in.
Yeah, definitely. When I remember my tournaments in that buy-in region and the 30-minute blinds, suddenly everybody just has 6 big blinds and everything gets very, very wild. I'm not too sure about the structure, how deep it's going to be, but
500.
I can already see some players being in the danger zone very soon.
Absolutely.
Fold. Fold.
Marius here trying to sneak one. He's going for the... This is showing a little bit of experience, I think. You know, he is going to be a player who will find raise folds from early position off these shallow stack depths. Knows that the players shouldn't defend too wide behind. And also everyone has this sort of 15 to 20 big stack size where they're going to want to shove more often than they're going to want to call. I like this as a raise fold steal candidate.
Yeah, you're never gonna get 3-bet bluffed of that stack size, so that's a big benefit here to go a little bit out of range. And if he thinks he's gonna make better post-flop decisions than anyone else, that's even more reason to open raise here. Another nice picked spot by Marius.
Yeah, Marius showing his experience, playing it very well so far at this feature table. We are down to the last 2 tables, guys. Poker Listings Championship event. And yeah, as you can see, lots and lots of mid stacks. Going to be looking to get it in, try to double up as we approach the final table. Did we lose Reggie? Did she get moved tables? I think she may have been moved.
Yes, I believe she got moved a while ago. Trying to fight it out at the other table. Good luck to her. And hopefully we'll have her back soon at this table or at the final table.
For sure, the very best of luck to Reggie. The Twitch chat will be thrilled to know that she did not depart the tournament. She has been moved as the tables were balanced.
600. Fold.
So Corrado, I believe, opening the Jack-10 off, following Marius's lead. Does come in for around 2.5x.
Fold.
Yeah, players not afraid to take spots here. Really love to see it. 2 times the early position open raise with the Jack-10 offsuit off a rather short stack. People are here to fight for the chips.
Yeah, you'll love to see it. Somewhat awkward for William. Can't imagine he ever folds a suited ace. Would imagine he will defend, and he does. Queen 9 deuce with 2 clubs. Great flop for Corrado. Not too much working for William.
2 of.
Yeah, with this flop, even though only having an open-ender with the range advantage, the positional advantage, this feels like an easy win for Corrado.
Seat 3. No, 4. And seat 9 folds.
Does c-bet for around about 1 million. William with the snap fold, as we would expect.
Just showing your pair of 2s down there. 2s against the 8-9 suited. Dodgy early race, 8-9 suited. Chop away at him, slowly. I've got a bit back, I think. He's the Italian stallion, isn't it?
Nicholas still out in front. Bunch of medium stacks. We will let you listen in to the table talk as we go. Corrado with the Queen 9 suited under the gun.
Another potential open raising spot here for Corrado, but he has been rather active. Maybe that's why he leaves this one out.
Fold.
Whoa, Nicholas with a very tight fold off the big stack. Super surprised to see him lay down King Queen.
You know, I was even surprised to see the 7 deuce open fold out of the small blind, but maybe he gives some respect to Vlad in position. He has been flatting him before fairly wide where he didn't call the jam of JJ, and also has been 3-betting him in the blind battle. Maybe that's why he tightens up his range a little bit.
So here comes JJ once more, ripping in the pocket 8s. Now Vlad, you folded ace-jack to him last time when he had the 5-6 suited. Very different situation here. 3-bet jamming over one player versus the squeeze jam.
Yeah, also he's doing it from the button and not from the big blind.
Wow, and gets another laydown from Vlad. Surprised to see a fold this time. Cutoff versus button for 13 bigs.
And there goes my chance to win the 20 euros back.
Yeah, that was fast. Might be a spot where Vlad could have done with some information from friends.
Thank you guys, I'll be
If
back.
I don't know if the delay has caught up.
I
But if
think
his
it's
friends told him that
close.
he's if his friends told him that JJ was in there with the 5-6 suited shenanigans, I don't think he would fold ace jack twice.
No, I doubt that as well. But players have their phone at the table, so I believe that they will get some updated.
I want to double up. At some
Sure.
point I need to double up. So if I put my chips in, I'm happy with the call.
Anything I need to know? Anything I need to know? All good.
All good so far.
$250 for call. Pass. Pass.
JJ picking up a premium hand, suited ace king. Will be praying for some action
Raise
behind.
650.
Now William with the pocket fours could see a rejam here, Manny.
Yeah, things going JJ's way so
Pass.
far. Getting the folds when he wanted them. Let's see if he can get the action now
Pass.
when he wants it.
William does decide to fold. Round to Corrado in the big with
Call
the
650.
suited king six. Does defend.
Heads up.
Gonna want to avoid the king high flop. Does outflop
Check.
JJ.
Yeah, very tricky flop here to play for both players. Gonna be interesting to see if JJ bets and if he bets if
3700.
Corrado can continue with his bottom pair here.
Does come with 700,000, around about 40% pot and flop. Very awkward for Corrado. Even
10
if he
seconds.
thinks that JJ is bluffing, our hand is super vulnerable to any spade. Pretty much dead against
Pass.
a bunch of overpairs. Would not be surprised to see a fold, and JJ is all going his way so far. Finds a way to get
Blinds up,
better
guys.
and to fold flop.
Finally.
Yeah, I like the fold here by Corrado. Gonna be really tough. The only card that is a good one is basically another 6 on the turn, or a king, but it can't be really the king of spades. So yeah,
refresh
you
the
might,
screen.
even if you have the best hand, you might get bluffed off on later streets. So sometimes you just have to make those tight laydowns on those really ugly boards.
Yeah, really can't continue. Fair play to Mr. JJ Hazan. Some fearless poker on display so far. That is a nasty flop to c-bet, but he finds it and gets the job done.
Sorry, boys.
Now Nicholas, we saw him fold King Queen a moment ago. Now with the Ace 10 under the gun.
I fancy your hand, honestly. With our cards.
I like my play.
No, it's fine, yeah.
Raise. 650. Pass. Pass.
Not leaving out this spot, opening up with the ace 10.
Pass.
From early position, I like it.
You were going to fold anyway, but
Pass.
you have a difficult decision.
Pass.
You obviously know how to play.
And
Mandatory open, especially off the big stack. This one's going to get through.
We've got the same hands.
Maybe he picked up a live read, Manny.
We've got the
We
same hands.
knew that JJ was going to send it. Vlad kept him open.
Oh yeah, as an old friend of mine said, when in tournament poker deep, always look to your left, never look to your right. You want to get information of the players acting behind you.
That sounds like far too knowledgeable
Playing,
advice.
if not, I've got 5-6 suited.
I want to hear stories about your friends who made you punt it off.
I can't afford to do what you're doing.
I
No,
don't
that
wanna
was
hear
the
this magic
that was the
advice.
same guy who was opening King Deuce offsuit in the satellite because of that and got busted. So
So you took it with a pinch of salt.
Pass.
definitely.
Pass.
Alright, round 2. Marius in the cutoff with the Jack 7. Would imagine he will hold his hand.
Pass.
Now Corrado, you know he's not scared. King 4 of spades on the button, working with 15 bigs.
Pass.
Yeah, Corrado and JJ really got in the mix so far. He surprisingly finds the fold here. Would have expected him to open raise that as well.
Yeah. Michael does complete with the Queen 5 suited. I don't mind this. Off
Raise.
the short stack.
1.2.
Nicholas is going to punish.
Pass.
Don't see what he had, but using the big stack, leveraging the pressure, gets Michael out the door. Had his stack up to around about 16 million in chips.
I'm on Twitch. It's much better going on Twitch.
250.
There you go.
250, 250.
300.
Huh?
Just 300.
Andrew, I think they're
Yeah,
talking about
like
our
two
stream.
hands.
We're famous.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
freeze,
blame them.
but it's
It's very
300.
high quality content, my friend, you know?
Oh, of course, not the clock I can see.
As we expected though, what do you think about this, Manuel? What's your opinion on
It's not doing it
the players having access to, you know, the historical hands? Do you think it's
300
good for
to
the
call.
game? Is it something that doesn't sit well with you as a poker purist? Or, you know, you think it's fine to try and get as much information as possible?
I think the information should be out there in the open for everyone,
Raise
because
750.
otherwise some players might take advantage, because there's always a way to find out with only half an hour delay.
Pass.
I've played before at a final table where we were not allowed to leave the area and
Pass.
had to give our phones to the stuff,
Pass.
and I don't think that's a good way, because you want to talk to your friends in the breaks. So if you're gonna make it available, I like it how the table does it. Get your phones out, show everyone what happened, so everybody has the same information.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, you know, especially for people who, although you don't see it often these days, people who don't use much technology, you know, it's a bit unfair if half of the table have access to everything that just happened in the last half an hour. But yeah, I would agree. I guess if it's a level playing field for everyone, it also adds an interesting dynamic, I suppose. Because if people have seen you make some perceived crazy like call-offs, then you might change gears and, you know, not jam as wide. And, you know.
8-5? 8-5. Oh, ace-5. Okay, you want flowers? You want a medal? For passing ace-5? Come on. Say you pass ace-jack, I'll give you respect. Although I only had ace-10 suited.
Pass.
Marius, you're an Estonian crusher.
Pass.
Huh?
Estonian crusher.
Pass.
Yeah,
Is that it?
I crush stones for a living, yes.
Yeah, you are
Call
I
As
work
we
in a,
listen
in
into
a
the
quarry.
table, the players do clearly have access to the stream.
Check or bet.
Manuel, we're going to have to be careful with our these players. They'll
Raise.
put you in trouble.
1 million.
Think about it.
Call. We have a
But
heads
we
up.
should pick our favorite, everybody, I think.
I believe Nicholas flicked in the limp call of a 3.5x
Check.
here. Button versus big blind, not something we typically see. And JJ has gone for a little deception on the flop, checking his two pair. You can see it is still good.
Bet.
Very
700.
awkward spot now for Nicholas. Blocking both the jack
Call.
and the 10 on the board. Can't imagine he can ever fold to the 700k lead.
Now the interesting street now is going to be the river, because it's going to be tricky to see once no one improves if you can find the fold, but now it's just always going to be a split pot. I don't think any of them ever folding.
What happened with the river card?
Yeah, Nicholas does get out of jail. Could have been a very tricky river spot there on a blank. JJ debating whether to value bet or try and check and induce some bluffs. He does check river.
I don't mind the check. It's going to be very tricky to get called by anything here. Having the ace in your hand as well, blocking some ace highs that could hero call. So I think check calling is really nice to give Nicholas the chance to sometimes bluff with hands like pocket sixes, pocket five, stuff like that that he limped in and just called a thin turn bet.
For sure, a hand like 9-10 suited perhaps that turns a pair and then has to turn itself into a bluff. Makes a lot of sense. They will chop this one up. So once more, everybody in the Twitch and YouTube streets, thank you very much for joining us. This is the Festival Series, coming to you on a 30-minute delay from Dusk Till Dawn Card Room here in Nottingham. And we are still, I believe, on 14 players remaining. This is the Poker Listings Championship event. And yeah, thank you for joining us as we proceed ever so quicker towards this final table. And Marius will be proceeding quicker with the Ace-King. 10 bigs under the gun, Ace-King off. He's going to just ship it, isn't he, Manny?
Yeah, he's going to ship it, I believe so, off 10 big blinds. I mean, we've seen him do the 10 big blind min raise before. Typically, ace-king from that position is not a hand you want to induce from that stack size. I would rather expect it with pocket aces, pocket kings, maybe ace-king suited, but ace-king offsuit seems a very clear jam to me.
1.5. Pass.
I would agree. I believe he's just put half his stack in instead.
Pass.
An effective all-in.
Pass.
Marius, you Estonian crusher.
William in a very awkward spot once more with the ace-10 off.
Anything you read in the chat, you know.
Are you friends with
Especially, he is the last
Fine.
to act, so he doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. So very, very tough decision here to make with the ace-10.
Yeah, super tough. He will want to get an exact count here. If your opponent puts 5 of their 7 big blinds in, for example, obviously that is going to widen their open and shove range versus a 10 big blind jam. This is very, very tough. Would expect him to fold. A begrudging fold. We will
10
see.
seconds.
Yeah, we will see. I would not be surprised to see a call here. People want to go for it, maybe. Mario is definitely capable to jam hands like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, even some Ace 5 suited, Ace 9 suited. So there is quite some hands he's going to dominate. Then there are all the pockets we're flipping against, some King Queen. So many reasons to maybe make this call.
Pass.
For sure, this is right on the cusp. Believe he does find a way to get away. Nice fold, William. Very awkward cuspy spot. As we have seen, as the blinds increase, they have gone up, excuse me, to 150-300k from 100-200, putting ample pressure on these short stacks.
Yeah, and suddenly there's a bunch of players in that danger zone, as we call it. The region around 15 to 10 big blinds. Even JJ with 20 big blinds is the second biggest stack at the table. So as we move along this night, it will get more and more short stack.
For sure.
Pass.
Interesting to see if Nicholas does attempt to put his foot on.
Player is all in. Count.
So was that just an all-in from Michael, I believe, with the pocket fours and 11 big blinds at a 7-handed table, fairly standard, right, Andrew?
3,425,000.
Going to be interesting to see how this develops if someone wakes up behind. I think Nicholas has a clear call or shove. Since no one behind him has more than 20 big blinds, I really don't mind the shove.
Pass. Pass.
Absolutely. Believe I may have had a small technical hitch there, so excuse me if so. Anyway, we are off to the races, as we say, but not much of a race. Michael gonna need a lot of help. Needs to drill a 4 or some kind of flush or straight. He is going to be our 14th place finisher.
Yeah, he's standing up for that little bit of additional equity.
Spade.
You haven't got many out.
Do you do the stand-up strategy once you're all in?
You have to stand up and put your jacket on. Well, it has not worked, we can say. Drawing to 1 out, the 4 of spades, no good. And GG to Michael. Good run, finishing up in 14th place of 385 runners. Good run, Michael. Just got a little short. And, you know, at the end, you have to run good, don't you, Manuel, in these all-in situations?
Yeah, he took a very reasonable jam there with the pocket fours, I believe. 7-handed table, 11 big blinds. I guess you can jam any pocket there. And he went for it and ran into a hand you don't want to see. Obviously, when called, you really hope to see that ace, king, ace, queen type of hand. Unlucky for him, he didn't get there. Well played and GG and good luck in the rest of the week.
Yeah, well said, Manny. We are down to 13 here in the Poker Listings Championship. I'd expect to see a flurry of eliminations. The shorter handed we get, and with these blinds really putting pressure on the short to mid stacks.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Now William, with his 10 bigs on the button, Jack 8 off, does elect to open fold. I like it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you could maybe think about doing some sneaky min-raise folding here. Probably want to have a little bit of a better blocker than a jack. Maybe king 8 offsuit could be in there versus tight blinds, but I think open folding is very standard.
Now Marius in the small, will he look to use his experience to try and VPip this hand? I think he does just give Corrado a walk. I think I like it. Very dusty holdings. We are approaching the final table. Don't want to get into too many tricky spots with just 10 bigs.
Oh, exactly. Corrado has been back playing quite a bit so far, opening, calling all ins. So I really don't mind the open fold. I think it's a very good way to go. Preserve your stack. You just want to create a really, really clear, good situation at the table right now to have that comeback.
Well said, Mr. Zapf. So guys, I am your main commentator for the week, Andrew Headley, and in the booth is the vocal stylings of Mr. Manuel Zapf. He will be with me every day through to the conclusion of the festival on Sunday, where, as we have said, the final table coverage of the main event will conclude our coverage for the week here in Nottingham. William, just in time, 10 bigs, pocket queens in the cutoff.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if he wants to induce here with 10 big blinds. We've seen quite some raise folds of short stack sizes at this table so far. So maybe you want to include that in your min raising range if everybody already knows that there's a lot of clicking going on and a lot of stealing.
Pass.
For sure. I think with the average stack being so shallow also, you can have, you can raise fold off much shallower stack depths than you might in a typical structure. I would like to see him just open this hand.
Pass.
I believe he has put in half of his stack though.
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. I mean, we do have 10 big blinds. It looks a lot different if you have 12 BB. I
Sure.
can see reasonings for opening, of course. But then we do have queens. We don't have kings or aces. So I guess kings and aces are the first candidates to min raise here. If you want to be a little bit on the safer side with queens, not play a flop with a short, shallow stack to pot size ratio, I don't mind the jam.
Absolutely. We are down to 2 tables, 13 players left. Just waiting for an updated graphic. We believe there are 13 runners remaining out in the field. This is our £120 buy-in Poker Listings Championship. And £6,850 up top, a shade under 400 runners. Pretty large field size for early in the week. We have some other flagship events coming up. More details will follow later in the stream.
Yeah, William here with the ace-10 suited. Another interesting spot if he's going to go for the jam or the open raise. I would say of 15 big blinds, we probably always want to open raise this. But 13 is on the edge. And he's going to send it again, but this time he's going to run into a hand.
And here we go. One of our big clashes that we have been expecting. Nicholas, fresh from busting out the pocket fours, for sure going to be in there with ace king.
Players all in.
Does put it in, and William will be pot committed.
And call. Showdown.
And wow, if Nicholas holds here, he is going to have all the chips as we approach the final.
Yeah, he's already having quite a big chip lead. If he manages to hold here, he really can already dream of one of those top spots at the final table, but he needs to hold.
Very safe looking flop for Nicholas. William drawing to one of the three remaining tens or some kind of backdoor wheel chop. Does find a 3 on the turn. Looking for a 10 for the double or 4 to stay alive. Can he find it? No, and we say GG to William. Good run, buddy. Well played. Busts out in, I believe, 13th place. And as we expected, Manuel, they're starting to drop like flies as the blinds go up.
It can be very quick now. Of course, it can take a while as well, but once we have setups like this, and it's not even like two premiums are running against each other, ace 10 hands like this just have to go in, and then there's a bunch of hands that call that are better, and then you're just out within a second.
Yep, very mandatory jam there for William. Nothing to be done. Nicholas picking up another pot, takes his stack to 24 million, round about 80 big blinds, which is heaps.
Yeah, especially in this structure and in this tournament, in this field that's left. Normally 80 big blinds in a tournament that is a little bit deeper structured, higher buy-in, obviously. You are looking at a solid chip lead, but this right here is absolutely overwhelming.
And the rich get richer. Pocket tens for Nicholas on the button. Gonna be perceived to be open in so many hands. Unfortunately for him, his opponents really have woken up with weak holdings.
Occasionally you're going to have a hand, and I respect that.
JJ with a little bit of table talk here before letting go the Jack 4 offsuit. He knows Nicholas is going to open a lot. We're approaching the final table bubble as well. So this is probably the outcome of a lot of hands we're going to see. Open raise, Nicholas, take it down.
King Queen. I was ahead.
What did you have, ace 5?
Suited.
Yeah, I then heard
Sir?
it, didn't see it.
Small blind, please. 150.
It's just not worth the call.
Happy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh, they criticised you.
Pass.
Saying you should have called.
No, suited.
Just checking.
I'd call to it. No, I don't give a shit
Pass.
suited or not.
So Nicholas with a potential open and the 9-8 offsuit if he really wants to overdo it with the stealing, but he lets it go. And Vlad with 13, 14 big blinds on the button.
Players all in.
Pocket sixes, feels like a jam. And he does exactly that,
And pass.
and will take it down.
Takes the decision out of it.
For the mid stacks right now, it's just really important to get those jams through. You don't want the blinds to eat you up. If you're going to be card dead for 2 or 3 orbits and then the blinds go up, you're very, very soon to be forced all in. So picking up the blinds very vital for the mid and short stacks.
When you start. Pass.
We're already at hand 41 of our coverage, and JJ with an absolute premium holding here on the button, and Marius with king queen in the small blind. Looks like another clash. I believe we're at 11 left or 12 left, one of those two.
Just a small technical hitch for me,
10 seconds.
but we are back.
And we are back with another all-in situation, I believe.
Pass.
Oh, does Marius get out of the way? Small blind versus...
Wow, can he really get
button?
away again?
Oh my god, this Marius is a magician. He just reads the situation so
I think
well.
he's in. I think he is in this time.
Almost a legendary style he's playing here. And talking about legends, look at the chat.
25.
Small technical hitch, but we're thriving. Bowie effect, nice to have you here.
Mr. Andy Wilson in the Festival Series comms chat streets. Unbelievable scenes. Well, Marius, you're going to need to ping a king, or you are going to be our 12th place finisher. JJ finding the pocket queens.
Yeah, I would have been very surprised to see him get away from this. I thought he did, but obviously very standard to get in the king queen here.
Like a king of spades here. You know?
For sure. Can JJ hold? Ace 3-5 flop. Couple of backdoors, one backdoor in fact working for Marius. He's gonna need to find the king or backdoor Broadway. No good on the turn.
That was a, like,
Now
bad
drawing
card.
to less outs. JJ holding the queen of diamonds.
Okay.
And GG to Marius. Played very well, made a couple of very accomplished folds, but can't outrun the queens of JJ Hazan, and he is our 12th place finisher. There's blood on the felt now, Manny. We knew it was coming. Blinds are getting up there, and the players are dropping like flies, as you can see from the graphic.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the final table. Big compliment here, though, for Marius. I don't think he did anything wrong. Really found some amazing folds, some amazing steals. Really played great the entire stream. But sometimes in poker, there's just nothing you can do. And even if you take every decision into mind and really take the perfect spots, you're still gonna bust.
Yeah, absolutely. When the blinds get big like this, the stacks get shallow. Doesn't really matter how good you are, you're gonna have to run good in your all-ins. So guys, this is the Festival Series coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We are on a 30-minute delay. This is the final two tables of the Poker Listings Championship. I believe we might be down to a final table redraw, which may be why we are not seeing the players at the table. So while that happens, let's have a little look in the chat. As we saw, Mr. Andy Wilson, welcome to the stream, my friend. Dark Angel Donna, you know we love you. And we've got a few questions here in the chat. Right, Manny, hit me with it. What is your favorite drink?
I mean, I'm a simple man. I'm a German man. Just give me a cold beer and I'm happy.
I mean, come on, man. I need you to give me some spicy pineapple pina colada, you know, something to get the hips moving, not just a beer.
You know what?
So
Andrew.
German, so German. I'm thinking of kicking you off.
You know what, Andrew? If you want, you can put a little pineapple on the side of my ice cold beer. Is that enough for you?
Absolutely not. Go on, Donna. Amaretto and Coke. Now we're talking, you know. That'll get you going. Ah, dear, good times. Blair Toast, are you playing any events? Picasso. Unfortunately, not this time, Blair. They have me chained to the booth 24/7. They're making me earn my supper. I will be here on comms all week with Mr. Manuel Zapf. And yeah, guys, as always in the chat, if you have any questions or any interaction you want to have with us, please don't hesitate. While we are on our little break, our little redraw, I'll hit you up with some knowledge about the schedule all things festival series, please go to thefestival.com. You can see our schedule. You can see which events we have coming up. We have a 1K No Limit High Roller on Saturday. And then we have our main event, final day coverage, which is going to be concluding on Sunday night. £450, 200k guaranteed for that one. Day one's running now at dusk till dawn. 4-day ones, guys. If you are around the area, get in the mix. And if you want to check out our socials on Twitter and Instagram at DTD Club and at DTD Live and at the Festival OG. That was a lot of information to give in a short time, Manny, but we got there.
It was. And I'm just going to add up one more. Because you are already browsing in the internet anyways, you might as well go to www.twitch.tv/NeverFoldQueen5, my Twitch channel, if you ever want to see me stream. Be happy if you could give me a follow there.
For sure, Manny is a long-time poker streamer, and I can assure you, if you are enjoying the feed here, you will enjoy his content too. We are redrawing seats for the final table. And I'm being told we are taking a short break. So Manuel, step away, get yourself a coffee, get yourself a tea, refresh yourself. We will be back, guys. Short break, around about 5-10 minutes, and we will have coverage of the final table of the Poker Listings Championship. Stick with us. We'll see you soon.
This and this, yeah? Okay. Okay. Oh, 1 second, 1 second. I need to take them out, all of them. Ready? Okay.
each other. What is this?
Oh, mate,
So
don't
much
get it.
love.
Fucking kids. Don't have them.
I actually enjoyed this. I could do this more often.
You seem like you're doing a good job.
Did I? Thank you. First one ever in my life.
What, good job? You never done
No,
a good
no,
job
a
before.
feature table. I've never done a feature table. A good job? Well, that is actually debatable. Should I just sort this out? But I'm good.
Is it you?
Yes,
fuck.
that's what you have.
I'm gonna get blinded by your beauty and I'm not
Ah,
gonna play poker.
thank you. Very sweet.
Does this feel like this is just does this feel like the right amount? You haven't seen it. It was 4 points. Glad you're here.
Yeah, that.
No, wait a minute.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that looks like.
Hey?
That's like 15 mil.
It's a little less than
I should have 3.
Well, then you put them in the wrong seat. You just need to swap the chip stacks over. Because he's definitely there.
Where am I?
That's where he's been drawn to.
Who?
And then these chips are here. And then you just need those time bags.
Right. Is that my stack? And I'm sitting there. That's not mine.
Yeah, 4 points.
So this is
Yeah, you good?
That's not.
so confusing.
Your seat 8.
Who?
JJ.
You just said 4 times I'm here. One of them. 5 points.
Seat 8.
So then you're here, JJ, yeah.
We don't have 2 million.
Forget that at the start of the day.
Alright, sorry, I'm just looking at the screen with figures in it.
I'm glad. This is your chip set, yeah? Is this yours?
I don't want to touch it.
Is that right?
JJ, how do they want us to do this? Just 2 cards there, get them registered,
hold them on there.
just hold them on there, registered, and then we're good.
See ya.
Are we going to have a chip count, guys? I thought that.
See ya.
I can just
Okay.
tell y'all I got 8.150.
This doesn't make sense. Seriously.
I think you've got the wrong chips.
Guys,
You
this
two have got the wrong chips.
Dealer, floor, floor.
They got the wrong chips.
This is absolutely wrong.
That's
I had that.
They've got the wrong chips. Yeah,
I've doubled up last
it's
turn.
definitely right.
So this is his, okay.
And that is.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether. Well, hang on. Just wait.
They're round one way.
Wait, let me put him on the
I
tree.
know that is my stack.
I had like 5.
I doubled up with queens against king queen last time. Marius had like fucking 3 million.
Reach me that chip as well. It's over there, JJ. Thank you.
So this is supposed to be here and this is here.
Right. Am I sitting in this seat?
Yeah,
And is that my
100%
stack?
you're in that seat. 100% you're in that seat.
Well,
It's
the
just with
100%
stack.
has not been 100% so far. I'm not having a go at you, but I've been confused left, right, and centre. I'm very old. Look at me.
Alright, well, just calm down.
No, but I'm very old. You can't calm down when you're old.
So this my time cards or his?
Go
I think you had
They're
2.
his. I have all 4.
gets new ones.
No.
No, you knew that.
Yeah, you two, yeah.
I knew I had this kind of amount. It's like,
Try not to.
come on, kid, sort it out.
Right then.
Right. Are we doing how much? How much have we all got?
8.15.
It's true. You don't know. I know. No, you don't know. I know.
I heard about it.
You heard right.
Liking this, guys. It's a good looking final table.
You get winning. No power to the power.
Sorry about the delay. So congratulations on making the final table. But starting in seat number 8. Lines are going to be 150,000.
Ah, I won already, guys. Unlucky.
300,000. So the time bank is actually the same. We're not getting refreshed.
Should we rock?
I don't mind.
Deals. It's an ICM deal. We have
It's
to
been
take
good at the
10%
beginning.
off the first
Yeah.
prize to be played for because of the trophy. So it's not 10% off the remaining prize, but 10% off first prize to be played for, and then the rest is done in the ICM.
If we want to deal.
If you want to do that.
So you can make a deal, but 10% is always kept
Yeah,
for the winner.
But that's 10% of first place, not
Big line,
10%
please.
of the prize
3-3.
pool.
Yeah, 10%
So the important
300,
difference.
Played on. Oh, that's a big difference.
10% of first.
Big difference.
So
It's
it's
like,
850 quid.
yeah, no, absolutely, because to the chip leader, that difference is going to matter.
So basically, we can do any deal we want, and we have to account for 850.
650.
No,
No,
650.
no, they said only ICM.
ICM.
Oh, ICM only,
Specifically,
unless we
Cards are
negotiate a
awful.
different deal.
there's no negotiation.
Gentlemen's agreements
Can we
are done in the
negotiate
car
with
park,
you to
JJ.
negotiate
No
another deal?
negotiation.
Let me know when I
Who's
can
doing the
start.
negotiating?
Nobody, because it
Who's
has to
paid the
be
money for the tournament?
specifically ICM plus 10%.
This
Kev, at this point, I just walk away, bro.
This guy is busting my balls.
Exactly, you can do a gentleman's agreement in
I
the car
disagree.
park.
There is
That's
negotiation.
Wow.
Life is
Anybody wants to negotiate?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after our short intermission. It's final table time, baby. This is the Poker Listings Championship final table. We are excited. We're good to go. I have your lineup of players here down to the final 8.
Always will, you know.
We have in seat 1, Corrado Nane, chip leading, I believe, after day 1. Mr. JJ Hazan in seat 2. Sean O'Donnell in seat 3.
It's already shuffled
Colin
down. Good luck.
Lovelock, 4. Russell Bowman in seat 5. Dimitru Inashe. I'm sorry, Dimitru, if that was wrong. Did my best. Seat 6. Nicholas Barrett, our overwhelming chip leader, in seat 7. And finalising the lineup, it is Alexandru Grigori in seat 8. We are playing down to the winner of this Poker Listings Championship event, £6,850 up top. We are on a clock of 30-minute blinds, coming to you on a 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn, casino in Nottingham. This is the Festival Series. Manuel, we're ready to go.
I expect players to play for the win here tonight. We've seen several players go for it when it was final 2 tables. Now
650.
it's the real crunch time. I know I've mentioned it earlier. I cannot wait to see how they're going to go at it. I expect a lot from Mr. Corrado and as well from JJ. Going to be a great final table.
Absolutely, and boom, straight into the action. Vlad with the light open off Jack 10 suited, off 16 bigs. Alexandru with the queens with a very easy 3-bet call, I would imagine. Looks as if he has just gone for the 3-bet. Going for a little induce.
I mean, I guess he just put half his stack in, so I'm probably gonna leave in some room if 4 players behind him wake up or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, we see this quite often in the modern game. Just puts in the old committing 3-bet for more than half his stack. Very unlikely to get action from Vlad. And yeah, with the quick fold, Jack 10 suited, not good enough to get it in. So welcome along everybody in the Twitch chat. Thank you for being here. As always, if you have any questions for myself or Mr. Manuel Zap, fire away in the chat.
Yeah, we even see the live reporter of the event being here. Great that you join us here in chat. Good job on your side as well. We love the live updates throughout the week. And welcome to everybody else.
Absolutely, we will be playing and covering this event to the conclusion. 8 players left. This is the final table. Nicholas Burrett is our overwhelming chip leader. You would expect him to be the favorite to take it down as things stand. Manuel, you would imagine he will be pushing the action. Lots of medium to short stacks who will be looking to ladder up and probably playing quite tight. Would you expect Nicholas to really put his foot down now?
I am not sure about that. We've seen some spots where he's really put on the pressure. We've seen some spots that he's not taking. I think he's capable of shifting gears. Will be really interesting how he's going to do that along the final table.
Absolutely. So, Vlad, you know what they say, try once and fail. Dust yourself off and try again. Opening the ace-queen off. Electing just to open off 14 bigs. Interesting spot now for Nicholas. Of course, going to play his pocket 8s, and he does decide to just put Vlad in. Perhaps after seeing Vlad raise fold already, perhaps thinking that he can just go ahead and put him to the test from the big blind.
I mean, these two had some history from before in the tournament, so maybe Nicholas knows he does have a lot of open raise folds, but then maybe Vlad knows that Nicholas is shoving wide, so call with ace-queen.
Does call it off with the ace-queen. Thus far, it's all been Nicholas. Can he hold yet again pocket 8s? Vlad attempting to run them down with the ace-queen. And boom! Nicholas Burrett, this is your world. GG Vlad, turned dead. Full house on the turn for Nicholas. Good game, Vlad, good run. Not too much to be said there. 14 bigs, can't get away from it pre. And Vlad is our 8th place finisher. And Nicholas, more and more and more chips to the stack. I believe this may take him over or close to the 30 million chip mark. Almost 100 big blinds.
That's a very healthy stack. Very unlucky here for Vlad. First hand, he runs into queens and loses 2-point-something big blinds. Second hand, he has the setup versus Nicholas. Well played. I really liked his play. The final 2 tables. Well done. Very unlucky outcome.
Yep, great run. GG's Vlad. I'm sure we will see you later in the week. Hopefully making some more deep runs. As we have been alluding to earlier in the stream, there is the 1K No Limit High Roller on Saturday. And our big one, our £450 200k main event. I'm sure Vlad will be off to get in the mix. 4 day ones available for that tournament for anybody wishing to come to DTD. GG Vlad, well played. On to the next one.
Yeah, probably everybody happy at the final table to get that little ladder in. Especially the mid stacks won't mind the chip leader having even more chips. They're looking obviously for the ladders. But we know some people are also just here to play for the win.
Absolutely. Tactically, as a mid stack, you're probably going to sit back, Hope that Nicholas sort of runs the show and knocks out a bunch of players. See if you can get short-handed with him and attempt to spin it up. So Corrado under the gun, Queen 7 suited, working off a stack of 14 big blinds. Dimitru with a borderline spot does decide to fold the King 9 suited off 10 bigs. Don't hate it, lots of medium to short stacks, all with similar amounts of chips. Can wait for a better spot.
Same we can say here for Sean. Very, very tricky spot with the pocket threes. Wouldn't mind an open fold here either, but he decides to raise it up to over 3 big blinds.
Yeah, this could be the first real mistake we have seen at a final table. We don't really want to be in the mix with these low pocket pairs. Putting over 3 big blinds, about 20% of his stack into the middle, has put Colin into an awkward spot though on the button with pocket 8s.
Yeah, if you make pocket 8s fold, then it doesn't look like a mistake anymore, does it?
That is very, very true.
Player is all in.
Very awkward, tough for him to call. He has elected to just pile it in. And unfortunately for Sean, in a very nasty spot now, facing the all-in of Colin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Once you min raise, you can obviously easily get away from it. But having over 3 big blinds in there, might even see a call here.
Yeah, very, very nasty spot now for Sean. Is going to have to release the 3s, or perhaps not. As you see, we are using time bank cards here at this final table. Each card giving players 30 seconds more to think of their decision. This doesn't feel good, does it, Manny, when you face a jam here with just the baby 3s?
No, absolutely not. You're really praying to flip. And this is basically the best case scenario. This is why he decides to fold as well.
Does get away. Good fold. Managing to avoid any further damage to his stack. So Colin pads his stack up to around 45 big blinds. Would imagine he will be probably second in chips. And there you have it, guys. The chip counts in front of us as if by magic. Nicholas, 28 million, 90 big blinds, followed by Colin, and then a bunch of mid stacks behind. We are 7-handed. This is the Poker Listings final table. I am your commentator, Andrew Headley, joined in the booth by my good friend and poker savant, Mr. Manuel Zapf, who will be here to the conclusion as we look to crown our champion in a few hours' time.
Yeah, thanks for having me here again, Andrew. It's really going to be interesting to see this final table play out, just because the chip leader almost has half the chips in play. He has 30 million, the rest of the table approximately 40 million, so really interesting how he's going to benefit from that.
And I gotta say, you gotta hand it to the man, Mr. Hazan. He's not scared, he's here to win. Opening off 20 bigs with the 3-5 of diamonds.
Yes.
Is going to pick up a customer in Corrado. I believe Corrado has jammed. Does only have 8 big blinds. JJ has put himself in quite the pickle. Maybe priced into making this call.
3.8.
Yeah, I think it's just 2.6 million more, 2.4 million more. I don't see any folds here for this size. Even if you're opening 5-3 suited. Okay, it's 3.2 million to call. All right, excuse me.
10 seconds.
A little more, so it is 10.5 bigs, which is going to change things significantly. Yeah. JJ giving it the Hollywood, the pained expression.
I mean, another good example of why, as a mid-stake, we don't want to raise too light at a final table. We saw the pocket 3s that had to let it go. Now the 5-3 suited. Better to just muck those hands pre-flop.
For sure. Nice to have some blocker type cards in your hand when you are going for these light opens. And JJ does reluctantly fold to 3-5. Very nice pickup for Corrado.
Gave it a go, didn't
We will be updating you guys with the payouts as we go. A shade under £7,000 up top in this £120 buy-in poker listings final table. Picked up for almost 400 runners, Manny, which is not bad at all for a Monday and Tuesday early in the festival.
Yeah, huge field, pretty big first prize money as well. Everybody's looking really to put their finger on that cash and on the trophy. Great outcome for the one of the smaller events of the festival series. Really excited to see how many runners we can get in the main event.
For sure. We have been extolling the virtues of our main event all week. And it does have a £200,000 guarantee. And we are hopeful that we will crush it. We will see as we go. And Sean, unfortunately for you, my friend, you have run into the buzzsaw. All in for his 10 big blinds with ace-6 off. Russell waking up with the rockets.
Isn't that the dream? You look under your hand, 2 black aces, and another player says the words all in.
Here they go. Really a disastrous result for Sean. About the smallest amount of equity we can have with an ace in our hand when all in. As you can see, Russell a huge favourite to double up and eliminate Sean. Sean gonna need a whole bunch of help with his ace-6 off.
At what point, Russell, did you decide to raise?
Oh no. I thought for a moment Sean had some light, but Russell with the ace of clubs. And that is GG, and we lose Sean in 8th place. I believe it was actually a 9-handed final table. Good run, Sean. GG. Out in 8th place, Mr. Sean O'Donnell.
Another example, Sean not being afraid to play for the win here, going on with the ace-6 offsuit. Just doesn't want a ladder. He was here to play for the win. It didn't work out for him, but great run and GG to him.
Yeah, GG, Sean. Good run. And he may well hop into the main event out in the main casino.
Yeah, day 1A already had 129 players of the main event.
Beautiful. Strong numbers. Obviously, as we progress through to 1C and 1D, the field size will increase dramatically. 130 players for 1A, not bad at all. It's going to crush the guarantee. I know it. I'm calling it, Manny.
I know. 75 grand. I think we all know the expected number by now that Andrew wants to see on that first place of main event.
All right, we are down to 7 guys in the hunt for the £6,850 first prize. If you want to check any festival information or schedule, please go to thefestival.com. And if you want to see any of the DTD social media, check out what is happening down at the club. Please check out at DTD Club and at DTD Live on both Twitter and Instagram. And Nicholas has come in with the open, with the big stack, the ace-6 off. Dimitru goes for the defend, looking to flop a little equity off his very short stack. Tough to blame him, but comes up empty.
What's the flop?
Yeah, Dimitru, so short that you can start defending hands that you normally wouldn't defend. It's not a big risk of busting, because with this stack you're very unlikely to ladder up anyways, so I really like the defend. Very unlucky that you catch no part of that flop.
For sure. Just looking to flop any sort of equity and try and get the chips in.
Check, bet 2.5 and pass.
Nicholas picking up yet another pot. And within touching distance of the 30 million chip stack. Overwhelming chip lead, 75 big blinds. The rest of the table at the moment playing catch up.
Yeah, Dimitru looking for the spin with the 4 big blinds. he now is through the big blind, so he has a few hands to choose from now, but you definitely want to get it in the next orbit.
For sure. Colin under the gun, waking up with ace jack, second in chips at this final table. Would expect him to come in for an open.
Yeah, I think so too, even though you have the chip leader to your direct left. If you ever want to take a stealing spot, it's probably from under the gun, because versus that position, the chip leader cannot play back anyways.
Yeah, agreed. Now, Corrado, we know he likes to get in the mix.
He definitely has a decision here. He loves those suited hands, as we've seen before.
Very awkward chip stacks. Players behind.
10 seconds.
But Corrado, it's his game. And he comes. Does make the call against the opening of Colin.
Yeah, he came here to play for the win, definitely.
Pass.
Not leaving out any spots, making the call downs, seeing the flops. Yeah, he's in the mix.
I love it. We love the action. You're not going to see any type folds out of Corrado. He's here to win. JJ with an awkward spot. Wow, he goes for the pile.
We've seen it before, JJ making those squeeze plays. The first time it was 6-5 suited, then it was pocket 8. Now he's going with the rather light ace-6 suited again, and it might just work again.
Could be inspired timing again. Not a good spot for Colin here, with a potential trap hand behind. Does get him to lay it down. Gotta hand it to JJ, the timing has been pretty much perfect so far with these squeeze jams.
Brilliant timing on the squeeze jams, I do agree. And yeah, he's taking it down. I doubt that, even though Corrado loves his suited hands and he's here to play to win, there's no way he can call this jam.
Makes the extremely frustrated laydown. Well played, JJ, up over 8 million.
Yeah, this is what we can expect from JJ. I think he really came here to take those spots. He's great at analyzing them. He knows exactly when ranges are tight, when ranges can be wide, and another great example of a very well-timed squeeze jam.
Absolutely. Moves himself into 4th place on the ladder. We are down to 7 in this Poker Listings final table.
You'll see it in half an hour.
Pass.
Now Russell with 30 big blinds may look to make a light open.
Raise 1 million.
1 million potatoes.
Does open for 2.5 bigs. And we know Corrado, he is sending it.
Player is all in.
Yes, most definitely. I love the open race with ace-3 suited. It's great to get in the mix also as a mid-stack. It's going to be perceived fairly strong, but you're not going to get ace-queen to fold, and especially not if Corrado holds it. So yeah, this one goes to Corrado.
Pass.
Yeah, jams for just a shade under 12 big blinds. Can't imagine that Russell will be paying this off. Does make the frustrated laydown. And Corrado recuperating some of the chips from the 7-8 of hearts hand just a moment ago.
As long as you didn't have a pair there, I was quite happy with it.
And we can expect him to invest those winning chips very quickly again, I believe. He really is here to get in the mix. I really love the playing style of JJ and Corrado. This is not going to be a boring final table, I can guarantee.
It's a lot of fun for us here in the booth. Guys, this is the Festival Series, coming to you on a 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. It's been non-stop action thus far this week, and we will be here right through to Sunday night. So we look forward to you joining us once more.
Pass.
Now Dimitru, Queen Jack suited and 3 big blinds, 3.5 bigs. This is going in. JJ waking up with Ace King behind.
Yeah, I want to get in that, mate.
Definitely going to ISO this one.
Sit 8 is all in.
And he does answer with an all-in. I think that's very reasonable. There's no reason to trap Ace King offsuit here of a 20 big blind stack. And we're going to have a race for Dimitru's turning live.
You got queens, kings, jacks.
He is going to be very live.
Fours. I'm not so happy.
Pass.
Can't imagine Nicholas is ever flicking this in behind for 22 bigs. And here we go. Now Dimitru in pretty good shape, all things considered. 45% of the time he will outrace JJ.
Yeah,
Looking for
especially
some help.
regarding the fact that he's run into a premium. That's the premium you run into if you have Queen Jack suited.
For sure. Does flop a gut shot. JJ with top pair. Dimitru looking for one of the remaining 3 tens. One has already been folded. No help on the turn. Can he find lightning in the jar? And sadly, he cannot. GG Dimitru, our 7th place finisher. And they are falling quickly, Manny. Down to 6 at this final table.
Very quick. We're already shorthanded. We're playing a 6 max, no limit hold'em game now with 1 overwhelming chip leaders. GG to Dimitru. Also here a very nice run. Also nothing you can really do different. You don't have many hands to pick from. He found the Queen Jack suited and tried his luck. But yeah, even though many players busted, there are still some short stacks around the 15 big blind area. Yes, action will continue.
Yes, indeed. So we are down to 6 from our final table of 9. 3 quick bust outs early at this final table. Nicholas Burrett way out in front. The rest of the table looking to climb the mountain and win our Poker Listings Championship trophy.
First card I looked at was an ace. Glad it weren't a jack or queen. I'll probably have to call you.
Really? You call me? Good luck. I very rarely put it in without it. I mean, okay, 5-6 suited. Focus on
Andrew, what is your opinion on deal discussions and when do you expect this coming up, potentially coming up at this final table?
That's a very interesting question. I think it really depends on the distribution of chip stacks and also on your perceived edge on the remaining players, I guess. If you are against people that you perceive to be a little weaker than yourself and you think you have an edge and you don't have a huge chip disparity, then I wouldn't be wanting to make too many deals. Although it also, I guess, depends on, you know, how big the payouts are, how much this will affect your life. If it's life-changing money, I guess you're going to be much more inclined to make a deal. But in general, if you have the chips and you think you're one of the best players, no deal, baby.
Play for the win, as we know you.
It will be interesting to see. I doubt there will be too many deal discussions here if the distribution stays the same. Nicholas with almost half the chips in play, I believe, or possibly even a shade more. Maybe just under 40% of the chips in play, I think.
Yeah, I think it's around that number. Still a very, very clear chip lead here. But we haven't seen that much from him yet at the final table, but I think this is going to change quickly.
Pass. Pass.
I'm going to wake up with a monster now. Yeah, you are. Go on. I'm not even looked at.
And pass.
Corrado getting the walk with the 10-8 suited.
100% whatever you do.
Always happy to pick up a
surprised.
few chips.
Yeah, I'm not surprised when you're sitting in the small blind and you know that a player like Corrado is in the big blind. You probably give a little bit more walks than against anybody else at the table.
Absolutely.
I called a guy earlier, I had 8-9 of diamonds, and he jammed with a pair of 2s.
I do believe that the players will be going on a 20-minute break in around about 10 minutes time. Always good to keep you updated. So in about 10 minutes time, we will take a 20-minute break so the players can go and get refreshed.
Then the guy got it in fours.
JJ, ace-8 suited under the gun. Do expect an open.
1.1.
Comes in for a shade under 3 big blinds. We have seen some large open sizes at this final, Manny.
Yeah, especially from early positions. Many of these players chose around the big blind mark. It's a little bit surprising, but also, of course, makes sense if they really don't want to play many post-flop pots. Secure the pre-flop win, get the low part of the defending range from the big blind out of there, but pocket sevens is not the low part of the defending range.
It is not. Very tricky. Will Alexandru just defend? He does elect to just call rather than jam. So we are going to a flop. Jack 4 deuce, rainbow. One of the better flops for pocket sevens.
Yeah, I like this flop because it generates, it looks very harmless, but it does generate action because I believe that JJ will always c-bet this, and I believe that the sevens cannot let go here to a single bet.
We'll be interested to see what size JJ chooses. Have seen him choosing some large sizings both pre and post. Does bet 1.2 million, so around about 40% pot. Wow, surprised to see Alexandru give it up to a single c-bet. But it's all coming up for Mr. Hazan, taking down another pot. Puts his stack up to around about 13.2 million, 33 big blinds. Alexandru coming down to the danger zone.
Yeah, lots of things have been going JJ's way so far. Great picking the spots, lucky running into the non-nut range of the opponents, but also playing great. Picking spots, love it.
Timing has been close to perfect. We are six-handed here at our Poker Listings final table. The winner will receive the championship trophy and £6,850.
Chocolates normally. No, all right. Normally. Sometimes they have little cocaine capsules because they use it for dealing drugs. Famous. Yeah, you're right. Here we go.
Raise 1.2. Pass.
How much do you have behind this?
And Mr. Corrado again attempting to steal the 5-4 offsuit from the button.
You love to see it. JJ with the ace deuce off. Very awkward spot to face against the 3 big blind open.
Yeah, gonna be very tough here, even though you have that ace. But we've seen JJ make those 3-bet shoves, and maybe he can find it again with the ace deuce.
Does lay it down. Nice pickup for Corrado. He's fearless. You've got to hand it to him. Picking up a pot with the 4-5 off.
Yeah, it's always tough to play against around 20 big blind stacks, opening. The ranges are rather tight. Maybe he's picking up on that and thinks, nobody's going to play back here against me. I'm not making my range tighter. I'm opening 5-4 offsuit.
Another example of these large open sizings being difficult to defend. So on we go, six-handed here at our final table. Little illustration there, Nicholas not really expanding his range, even with the overwhelming chip lead. It does fold the king 3 of spades. Might have been a candidate to open off such a large stack.
I mean, he does have JJ sitting behind him. He does have Mr. Corrado. I can understand why he's not taking the close opens. Even as a chip leader, you're gonna get people to play back at you at this table.
Very, very true. Interesting spot for Colin here. Facing a 3x open from the small of JJ. Could pile the threes here.
I don't know who you're looking at, that's all.
All in.
Yeah, JJ has been active. I think
He
this is a
has
very
ripped it.
mandatory rip here. Love to see it from Colin, analyzing the situation very well.
If I call and lose, I'm out.
Yeah, sub 30 against an aggressive player. Touch your toes and in it goes, as we say up in Scotland.
10 seconds.
Not sure why JJ is in the tank. Never going to make this call with the 9-6. Maybe a little posturing so that players don't think he is so wide.
Pass.
Oh, he wants a little bit more TV time for his friends at home watching.
60-40 there, not 50-50. 60-40 again.
Does lay down the 9-6 of clubs.
And a better looking dealer, so best of luck.
As we can see, we are six-handed. Nicholas with the overwhelming chip lead. Colin, Russell and JJ all in the mix. And Corrado, our short stack. And Alexandru, our two short stacks, making up this final six.
Yes,
I'm going to put you on the spot, Manny. Pick us a winner.
I'm alright now.
Who's going to take it down?
I want to see the heads up JJ versus Mr. Corrado. I think that would be absolutely epic. It's going to be hard to bet against Nicholas, though, with his overwhelming chip lead. But everything he's done so far worked out. I'm going to go with JJ.
All right. One vote for Mr. Hazan.
So now, of course, everybody's waiting for you, Andrew. Who do you pick tonight?
I don't want to pick the obvious and say Nicholas,
Fold.
but I'm going to do it anyway. He's playing very well. He's been solid. He seems to have good awareness of the table, when to change gears. Seems composed. I'll take Nicholas and leave you with the wild card.
You know I always like the wild card.
Same bet. Different position.
JJ putting his chips to work.
Fold, fold.
Sticking with this 3x opener just under with the ace-5 off, taking it down. We have a few absolute legends in the chat. Mr. Jen Bizzle, somehow in the streets. Nice to see you, buddy. And the Bowie effect, he's back. Mr. Andy Wilson, back on the rail of this Poker Listings final table. We're six-handed. As I mentioned, we will be going on a break very shortly, a 20-minute break for the players. Stay with us and we will be back as we look to crown our champion. Now Corrado, ace queen of hearts under the gun.
Expect to see another larger open size here, probably around the 3x again.
1.4.
Even going with a 3.5x this time.
And oh dear, he has run into the ace king of JJ. Not sure I see Corrado folding this hand, because JJ is going to shove.
Fold.
Yeah, and he shoved multiple times before, so it's going to be very, very hard to get away, especially if you have maybe some information about the 6-5 suited shove from earlier.
All in.
Might make it even tougher to lay this one down.
In the chips go.
Fold.
JJ all in for around
Fold,
30 big
fold.
blinds. Corrado in a nasty spot with 15 bigs behind. Does call it off. Huge pot here at the final table. Can JJ hold? Take himself up to around about the 20 million mark. Oh, Corrado flops Broadway. Wow.
Out and a chop.
Finds the outdraw. JJ gonna need a queen or backdoor diamonds.
Lara, I would love you
Don't
long
be
time.
standing up, Muhammad.
Diamond or a queen?
And he's standing up on the turn.
King of diamonds.
Oh, and there is the
Jack of
6 of
spades.
diamonds turn.
You got it? Okay.
Can he
Can I?
fade it? JJ for a diamond for the scoop, a queen for a chop.
Oh my God, give me
It's
my
a
10
black
jack back.
card. It
Does it
is the
register?
10 of spades. Huge double up for Corrado.
Pretty sick.
Massive pot, 16.4 million. JJ left to lament his bad luck. Manuel, you gave him the commentator's curse.
I am truly sorry.
Bowie says deserve to lose after standing up, after flopping Broadway. He wanted the stand-up equity, Bowie.
6 million.
Sick. Huge pot for Corrado, doubling up to 16.4 million.
7 million.
And JJ
1, 2,
in
and
trouble,
3.
down to 4.6 after losing that huge all-in. I believe we have a break coming up.
6. 7 million. 7 million and 3.
Ah, big pot here right before the break. So
7 million.
before we go into break,
1, 2,
Andrew, I
and 3.
don't think that the final table has disappointed us until now.
No, it's fast and furious. We did expect fireworks. Lots of players at the table who were clearly going to go for the win.
7 million and 3.
We love to see it.
Yeah,
It makes for
300.
compulsive viewing. And Corrado, he's back in business, up to 40 bigs. You know he's going for the win. And as you can see, it does look as if the players are going on their 20-minute break. So myself and Manuel, we will be back in 20 minutes to continue coverage of this Poker Listings final table.
Yep.
See you in a bit.
Nice catch. Hopefully. Oh boy. Thank you. That's horrible when it happens though. When you got this kind of hand and you flop the nut of the world. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick.
I just came from break.
Thanks, Lara. Great flop.
Sorry, JJ. If I could choose. It was.
No, I mean, if I got his stack with HP, I'd call as well. Thanks, Lara. Great flop. Really annoying.
Sorry, JJ. If I could choose. It was.
I don't want him to call. I just don't want him to hit magic.
I'm saying, like, there's never in front there, I know what you're saying, just a shame.
No, I mean, if I got his stack with HP, I'd call as well. It's just not the play. It's really annoying when you've got ace king pre-flop against ace queen.
I mean, I think when he makes it 1.4, you just don't want to fold.
Go and have a break, JJ.
I don't want him to hit
Have a
magic.
drink.
I'm saying, like, just a shame that fucked out.
Sick.
Go and have a break, JJ. Have a drink.
Going in a minute. Come on. Yeah, playing my best poker and that happens.
You're gonna be alright. You can recover that. You still have lots of chips. You can recover that.
Cover, but it's still very annoying. Not you.
No, I know the game. The game is annoying. Yeah.
Never blame anyone. Come on. Yeah, playing my best poker and that happens. Could be almost drawing dead on
You're gonna be alright. You can recover that. You still have lots of chips. You can recover that.
cover, but it's still very annoying. Not you.
No, I know the game. The game is annoying. Yeah.
Never blame anyone. And I put my chips in, so. To be almost drawing dead on a flop. Pretty sick. Never have to come back to long lane. 6 hands.
catch me on my worst moment. It feels great, actually. Feels okay. Feels okay. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but then I just, yeah. It's all right. Players are nice. You catch me on my worst moment. We forget, yeah, we forget.
How's it feeling being televised?
It feels great, actually. Feels okay. Feels okay. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but then I just, yeah. It's all right. Players are nice. Everyone's nice, so. We forget, yeah, we forget. What? Sorry, I didn't count, sorry.
10.2.
10,
11, 12, 12.5,
12 and a half.
12.7.
Yeah. 12.750, yeah.
10, scrap 20.
What? Sorry, I didn't count, sorry.
10,
10,
11, 12,
25, yeah. 12 and a half.
12.7.
No, no, yeah. 20, 12.750, yeah.
10 million, 10, 20, 24, 20 million, 22,
22, 24,
25,
25, yeah.
25,
No, no.
25,
20. What about these ones? 20,
10, 20,
20,
20 million, 22,
22, 24,
25, 25, 3, 25, 4, yeah.
20. What about these ones?
Everyone's intrigued.
20,
10, 20,
20,
22, 24, 26. Well, that one's correct.
yeah.
27,
20.
Everyone's intrigued. Just counting stats. Oh, now they're definitely. Let's go. 27, 9, 10.
How far are they out?
Well, that one's correct.
Yeah. do something wrong. Nah, he's
All good?
fine. He's great.
All good?
He's been great.
Not
He's
very
been very
good?
patient with me. This is my first feature table. He's been very patient with me. Tell me if I
Thank
do
you.
something wrong. Nah, he's fine. He's great. He's been great. He's been very patient with me. This is my first feature table. He's been very patient with me. Thank you. It's working. Good stuff, yeah. It's working. Good stuff, yeah.
gang of me.
We're going back to 5,000, 10,000.
What are the
Just
blinds?
make it really deep.
I'm happy with that.
Get the yellow chips back out.
It's enough. What's that, JJ? 510, 550. Yeah, no, it is, isn't it? 550.
Oh, is that gone, is it?
Blinds, please, boys.
We're going back to 5,000, 10,000.
What are the
Just
blinds?
make it really deep.
Yeah, yeah, just moved. It was here, now it's here, yeah.
I paid less, small blind last time.
Get the yellow chips back out.
It's enough. Yeah, no, it is, isn't it?
Blinds, please, boys. No, buttons are not 3. It was on 2 when I passed. It was here, now it's here.
No, you can move around a bit.
Yeah.
If that lot was here, you can,
Can
but
do if
you've
you
got to
want,
use.
but I've still got to use this box.
You've got to
that's the thing.
use
Oh,
that
you
box.
have. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not happening then.
He can move and.
I can move a
Move
bit.
it.
No, no,
I
no,
can smell by
honestly.
room, but it doesn't really change much for you guys.
No.
Perfect, yeah, now it's good 2 when I passed.
No, you can move around a bit.
Yeah.
If that
Yeah.
lot was here, you can,
Can
but
do if
you've
you
got to
want,
use.
but I've still got to use this box.
You've got to
that's the thing.
use
Oh,
that
you
box.
have. Oh,
Let me know when to start.
He can move and.
I can move a bit.
No, no,
I can
no,
smell by
honestly.
room, but it doesn't really change much for you guys.
Perfect, yeah, now it's good.
All good.
All good. Yeah. Let me know when to start. 25-5-5. Yep. All in.
So we've got to watch that little clock up there now. What are the blinds?
Fold. 25-5-5.
And we are back, everybody. Welcome back to the final table of the Poker Listings Championship. Final day.
All in.
6 players remain, and we have a top prize of £6,850. We've just seen before the break that JJ took a very big bad beat with the Ace King versus the Ace Queen pre-flop. Let's see if he can recover. He goes all in with the Ace 7 from early position. My name is Manuel Zopf. Very good to have you all here. Shout outs to everybody in the Twitch chat and on YouTube. All the players
Absolutely.
have
Hello, Manuel. We're
£1,500
back.
safe, and I'm so glad to have you back, Andrew. How are you doing? Are you excited about the 6 left?
Good, my friend. I just had time
5
to
seconds.
gulp down a bowl of stew, have a cup of tea, and come back. We're 6-handed. We're back in the mix. I'm excited, mate. This is the final table of the Poker Listings Championship. And as Manuel was referencing, JJ Hazan trying to recover
5
from that
seconds.
hammer blow of the Ace King being outdrawn by Corrado's Ace Queen suited. Does get the jam through with the Ace 7.
Fold.
He's going to have a lot more work to do to repair the damage.
I'll put them in.
As you can see there with the chip counts, Nicholas still the overwhelming chip leader. But the action has been fast and furious. We expected nothing less. We did think there would be fireworks. Lots of fearless players just going for the outright win. First place is paying out £6,850. £120 buy-in event, a shade under 400 runners. Good numbers for an early event in the festival series here from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham.
1.1.
Manuel, you picked JJ to win it all.
Yeah.
He just got his knees cut off by the Ace Queen suited. Is he going to come back?
Fold.
If one guy at this table can recover from such a bad beat, it's JJ. He's going to be fearless. He's going to put in the chips when he sees weakness in his opponents. I still believe. I am a believer.
He's a believer. He couldn't leave her if he tried. I believe that's the song. I'm very sorry, Twitch chat. That will never happen again.
Fold.
I'm very glad now that we didn't hear the donkey impression yesterday.
Oh, you know you want to hear it. What we do want to see is Nicholas flopping trip queens. Corrado in real trouble. Will think his pocket 7s are good here the majority of the time. Nicholas not slow playing, does come out with the small sizing flop. Like to see it. Very dry board. Picks up a call from Corrado. Turn is the 8 of spades.
700.
It's going to be very interesting to see if that turn card saves Corrado in any way. I believe he's capable of calling down the 7s here on a board like this, regardless of that turn card. But the 8 gives him a little bit of a chance to get away from it.
Yep, Nicholas does decide to barrel the turn. I like this. Does have a number of perceived semi-bluff turns. Some barrel-offs targeting a hand like 7s, like an ace-5 suited type hand, or like a better ace-high, potentially, like an ace-jack that Corrado could call the flop with. Nicholas, with third pot on the turn, trying to hand Corrado a little bit of rope to continue. Does find the good fold with 7s. Well played from Corrado, and another nice pot for Nicholas. Up now over 30 million in chips. Lines are 250,000, 500,000 now. Getting steep, as we can see with the distributions. Corrado, 27 bigs or so. Colin with around about 25 blinds. Russell at 20, and JJ and Alexandru getting short. Another nice pickup from Nicholas. Really hasn't put a foot wrong so far, Manny.
No, and also very worth noticing, he showed the queen after Corrado folded the 7s. He wants to let the table know, hey, I can have hands. I can wake up to no shame in folding against me.
Just having a look in the Twitch streets. Colin getting a lot of support in the chat. Final 6, railing their man home. Nicholas opening pocket 6s. Very easy open, especially when you have all the chips. Colin with an awkward spot here in the big blind with the ace-4 off. I believe he does... No, he does make the discipline fold. I like this a lot. Colin sitting in third place in chips. Do not want to get in there with a marginal hand against the chip leader. Very nice discipline. I like fold a lot.
Yeah, I think folding is one of the 2 options we can go here. I really do not like calling. The big stack and pressure is way too much. Ace-4, especially out of the big blind, does pretty well as a 3-bet as well. Just need to think if you really want to attack that wide range as the chip leader has, and if he's capable of folding a lot, so then this makes a pretty good 3-bet bluff.
Yep, absolutely. Starting to get a little dicey when we're at sort of 20 to 25 blinds, but yeah, don't hate it at all. But Colin with the discipline fold, consolidating his stack, sitting third of the final 6. This is the festival series, guys, for anyone just joining us. We are coming to you on a 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. I'm Andrew Headley, your commentator for the week here at the series, and Mr. Manuel Zapf in the co-pilot seat. We will be here every day through to Sunday evening, when we will finish our coverage with the final table of the main event. And yeah, we are looking forward to the rest of the week. The action so far has been non-stop and really good.
Well, Andrew, let me ask you one question. How did you sleep tonight?
How did I what now?
Sleep tonight. How did you sleep last night?
Oh, how did I sleep last night? Like a baby, my friend, after a job well done, attempting to negotiate PLO cash on stream. Tell you something, my brain was so confused I slept like a baby.
That's amazing, because I can imagine that for some of the players here at the final table, this is an ICM nightmare. All the mid-stakes squished together with one big chip leader.
It can be very difficult. I would imagine that for the most part you're incentivized to play tight. Although as we see, Nicholas putting the hammer down, really putting Colin in some awkward spots. He has 5x ISO'd ace-8 of spades against a limp. Colin not having it, does limp call. Or did he jam?
10 seconds, sir.
Oh, very interesting sizing here by Nicholas. Very interesting spot.
I think Colin has shoved. He's gone for the limp jam. He has for sure. Ballsy play, Colin. Limp jamming 23 bigs. with the ace-8 suited.
Now that big sizing is backfiring a little bit, I think versus with a smaller sizing, the ace-8 suited is going to keep the range a little bit tighter. And if you want to raise call this, make it a little bit more comfortable. But are there many bluff jams versus a 5x ISO sizing? I think ace-8 suited is going to have trouble against that range.
I would agree for sure.
11 million.
Very, very awkward spot now for Nicholas after choosing such a large ISO.
750. Pass.
Does get him to fold the same hand. Well played, Colin.
You got plenty of time there, didn't you?
Picking up a nice pot, getting himself back up to 30 bigs.
750.
But as the dealer pushes that pot, gives me a chance to tell you what is on the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow and Friday we have high stakes cash games. As the Festival Series Cash Game Challenge continues, we're going to have 5, 10 no limit with a £25 mandatory straddle. I believe that is on tomorrow. Should play very big. We are very hopeful of running 25.50 no limit on Friday. So keep your eyes peeled. Going to be some massive pots, some big action, a bunch of Dusk Till Dawn regulars in the mix. Saturday we have the 1K no limit high roller, and on Sunday, as I mentioned, we have our coverage of the last day of the main event. 4 day ones running to that tournament, 200,000 guaranteed. Get to Nottingham if you're not already here. So 6 left here at the final table.
Really great action at the Dusk Till Dawn this week, and really great action at the final table here so far. We're not disappointed by the plays of these 6. It's going to be very, very interesting. Everybody has £1,500 locked up. Do you now lean back a little bit and you're happy with the result? Because that's basically what you're not supposed to do, right?
We've got to go for the win, Manny. We don't lean back. We say to ourselves, all right, we got £1,500. Give me the 6.8. No lean backs. I forbid it.
We have a heads up.
Russell picking up a small pot on the Ace-King 9 from the big blind.
Check.
Nicholas electing not to attack from the small there. Might have expected him to stab small flop. Can be very difficult for the mid-stacks to continue, even with a lot of their queen highs and their floats. But Nicholas, Russell does pick up a small one. So as we can see, Alexandru and JJ both very short, both looking to outlast the other. Nicholas with that big stack. This could be it for JJ. 10 big blinds, Queen Jack suited, would expect him to shove. In the chips go.
Yeah, very pretty looking hand for 10 big blinds. Also blocking a lot of the calling range. Yeah, just a clear shove, nothing else to say. Let's hope he gets it through.
And pass. All in. Player is all in. Thank you, sir. Player C8 is all in, yes. Pass. Pass.
You're not allowed to watch the stream whilst being on the stream.
And pass. Thank you, sir.
As we listen in to the table talk, I can update you on the remaining payouts. 6th place, as Manuel alluded to, will be picking up £1,500. 18.50 for 5th, 23.50 for 4th, £3,025 for 3rd, 4.2k for 2nd, and the winner of the Poker List Championship £6,250. Not bad work if you can get it, Manny, especially in a 120 buy-in.
Yeah, huge money up top, big field, almost 400 players. But you gotta beat a lot to get to that money. Now with 6 left, you're very close to grab it. Now we need to play the best possible poker.
Pass.
Yes, indeed. Now is the time that we make our money. We want to be sharp and focused. Russell going for the light open, or light-ish.
Raise.
ASA off on the button. Alexandru, so shallow, he would like to defend, but probably not going to defend as wide as this. Does let it go.
Pass.
Must be bad times.
And pass.
It must be having 9 times if you play the satellite to the swans.
I didn't know they were running.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Big blind and 90, sir.
I'm a very good chef.
500, 500.
Sorry, say again.
Just letting you guys listen in on some of the table chat.
Hang on, let's just take one step back.
Everybody in good spirits, 6 players left.
One of the best you've ever had.
And it's you and me
I'm a
and
very good
Colin
chef.
three-handed. We'll have this conversation.
500, 500.
Can you give me a couple of pounds?
Pass.
I've got to get there first. I will get there, but it's going to take me a while.
Pass.
Russell.
When it's you and me and Colin three-handed, we'll
look
have
in
this
my eyes.
conversation.
Look in my eyes.
Mess with my head there. I was going to make
Look in my eyes. Can you give me a couple of pounds?
Pass.
I've got to get there first. I will get there. Don't change that now. Take me a while.
Corrado folding the 6-3 offsuit this time.
Not sure if you were aware, but Mr. Hazan just talking the table into a walk, chatting to Russell with such ferocity. He got him to fold Jack-9 suited.
Don't change that now. So solid.
That's the old tricks in it, Manny. Don't raise my big blind. Come on, you let me have this one. You take the next one.
That's almost Phil Hellmuth style, exactly.
Right. Can't argue with it. To be fair, he just secured himself another million in chips.
It worked, and that's why he was the pick. He's my pick still. I believe JJ can make it far in this tournament.
I don't have that one in my locker, Manny. Gotta tell you, talking them out of raising, it never works. You always say the spiel, and then they just pile it in your eye.
50 more, please.
You just need to try and try and try, and one day it will work.
Now Russell, in a somewhat awkward chip position, around about third in chips, is going to open the pocket fours of 22 blinds.
A big advantage here for Russell is that he has his chip leader to his right, so he can take a little bit of a light open every once in a while. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to open raise those pocket fours from the hijack.
Sure. Also a factor that Alexandru on the 6 bigs, we can call a shove from him. Does make the open a little more attractive. I would expect Alexandru to go with this, and he does. Time to gamble, all in for his 6 big blinds.
Six is weird. They definitely have a weird Rob Harris vibe, and I don't like it.
I think more Fred West will be cool.
Say Fred West.
Yeah, we've had a few flips on the final 2 tables where the low pocket pair held up. Let's see if Alexandru can turn this around and hit one of his face cards that he needs.
Yes, indeed. Russell very much priced into call with the 4s. We are off to the races. Alexandru looking to double up and avoid 6th place finish. Russell sweating it, sweating this one. Oh wow, he hasn't even called yet.
I thought you meant his hand, genuinely. I'm thinking, what? Let's play the hand in 4 hours.
You can't fold your Manny, right? Ever.
No, it's just slightly over 6 big blinds. I mean, if it's somewhere in the region of 9, I guess we can give it a thought. But for 6, no matter the ICM situation, this is a snap.
Absolutely.
10 seconds.
And
Yes.
here we go.
Best of luck. Yes. Showdown, please.
All right, I'll take it.
Ace 7 9 rainbow. 4s holding at the moment for Russell.
Best of luck.
It's paint. It's the jack. I can hear the table talk. Jack on the
Nine of
turn.
clubs, 7 of diamonds, Ace of hearts.
Alexandru
is
going to
Jack of clubs.
10, a king or a queen.
Yeah. Yeah, on the turn, Jack of clubs. Can I give the is 9 of clubs, 7 of diamonds, ace of hearts. Turn is Jack of clubs. Yeah. Yeah, on the turn, Jack of clubs.
Bated breath for this river. Alexandru gonna need a king, queen, or 10 to stay
Can I
alive.
give the river?
They're making him sweat it, Manny.
Yeah, don't you love it? I just want to have a very quick river in those moments.
He taps the table. The river is the deuce of spades. GG, Alexandru. You are our 6th place finisher, picking up £1,500. And the dealer full rabbit hunts.
Okay, so the whole board with 6 cards.
We are down to 5
9 of
here at
clubs,
the poker list.
7 of diamonds, ace of hearts, any card. Jack of clubs.
I don't know if I've ever seen that
Deuce of
before.
spades. And the last card is Queen of Hearts. With the okay, so the whole board.
Yeah, I
with
don't
6
know what
cards.
happened there. Maybe that was the burn card, or maybe they had to change the burn card. Sometimes that happens, especially when cards get exposed.
Jack of clubs.
Not sure, have not seen that
Deuce of
before.
spades, yes. And the last card is Queen of
I
Hearts.
thought the dealer was just giving Alexandru a rub down.
I think it must have been something else.
All right, we are 5-handed, guys. 5 remain in the Poker Listings Championship
Deuce of
final.
spades, yes.
And we expect the action to heat up even further.
Do you need anything
See
from me,
there,
Michael?
Nicholas still out in front, followed by Colin and
If you have any
Corrado.
questions, or you can ask me
Did
at any
just
time,
lose
and I will reply
Alexandru,
to you.
so you ignore
If you
his
have any
stack.
questions, you can ask me at any time, and I will
Down
give you
to
the
the
information.
final back.
The next blind should be 300, 600. Oh, pay jump, pay jump. Oh. If you have any questions, or you can ask me at any time, and I will reply to you. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time, and I will give you the information. 250, 500. The next blind should be 300, 600. Oh, pay jump, pay jump. Oh, yes.
Here, the players discussing the pay jumps as the cards are back in the air. 5th place will be good for a shade under £2,000.
With the
Playing
500
for the top prize today of 6,850 quid. Which is a nice little earner if you can get it. Russell now. Under the gun, Jack 10 off.
Pass. Pass.
Does lay it down.
I don't know. Genuine.
Yes.
JJ with 12.5 bigs.
Pass.
Very interesting spot with King 5 suited.
Yeah, I think so, that we have many options to go here. I wouldn't be surprised to see JJ gamble, maybe jam here, but also min raise works totally fine. And once you want to implement a limping range from the button with that stack size, a hand like King 5 suited does pretty well.
Yeah, all options open with this holding. I think he did limp in. I thought I saw him throw chips in, but it looks as if he may have just folded. Nicholas getting a walk.
In the deck now.
Nicholas with around 60 big blinds. Stacks getting quite shallow.
And pass. Funded.
Does have around about 30 million. Russell and JJ on the shorter stacks,
In the deck
along
now.
with Colin.
Sure.
And Russell in 2nd and 3rd in chips.
Yeah, the pack is still tight together behind the chip leader. Gonna be a fight for those places for sure, and once you win that fight, you're one step closer and maybe have a bigger stack if you take one of your opponents even out, and then you get to battle Nicholas later on.
Absolutely, at some point you are going to want to gamble.
2000,
Try and get yourself that double up so that you can be in contention for the title.
2,350 is the next. So how much is the next prize?
Action back on JJ once more. Again, another awkward spot. Jack 10 off in the cutoff 500 with 12 bigs.
2,350 already in 2,350. So how much is the next prize? Player And number
does
five.
elect jam with the Jack 10.
Hang on, don't stop.
Okay.
Fifth is 1850 and then
Pass.
2350.
Yeah, if no one wakes up in the big blind, I guess this will work.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no one really
Player
calling hand
six,
here
eight
against
is
this
only
12 big blind shove. JJ working on his comeback.
Sure is one double up, and he is right back in the mix. As we discussed, the chip stacks are very condensed. One double for either Colin or Corrado through Nicholas would give them the chip lead. Even the short stacks, if they double, will vault into second place. 5 remaining here in the Pokerlicious Championship final. It won't be long until we get a big clash, Manny.
Yeah, I can feel it, especially blinds are going to be up very soon again, I believe. I see Corrado here looking at the clock, a little bit nervous. Maybe does not want to be in the big blind right when the blinds go up. But there's going to be action, there's going to be big pots, clashes, all-ins, calls, people busting out. We can have it all the next hour.
You think we're on 300, 600 right now, JJ?
Oh, right, behind me. Oh, thanks very much.
Oh, and it's tiny as well.
Oh, fuck, I look down.
Raise 1.1. Pass.
Oh, I'm so happy to be at final table there, man. I really am.
Tiny clock. When I look down, I didn't even know what blinds were. When I look down, I see a tiny
Raise 1.1.
Right, we do have an open, I believe, from Colin with the ace-10 off.
Pass. And pass.
Okay, cool. Him going all over. The only thing I was really worried about. Now we can play
Heads
a
up.
nice little hand.
Call. Pass.
Does
Yes.
get it
And
through.
C3 called. And pass.
Just a little delay on the graphics.
Him going all over. The only thing I was really
And
worried
then
about. Now
fold
we
and
can
fold.
play
Heads
a
up.
nice little hand. The dot is on me. Yeah.
Can I open the flop? Call.
Okay,
Yes,
Russell does
and
call with
C3
pocket
called.
threes in the small blind.
Heads up.
Flop is queen, queen 7.
And then fold and fold.
No,
Bet
the dot
is
is on me.
8.
Yeah.
Can I open the flop?
Colin comes with quarter pot. Like the sizing.
Heads up.
Be lots of small C betting. On a board like
is
queen,
8.
queen 7.
100.
And it is going to get the job done. Russell forced to fold his pocket threes. Another nice pickup for Colin. A little bit of information of note that I have just been informed of in the chat.
Fold.
There is an additional €1,600 package
Yes,
to
sir.
the winner of this tournament to our next festival series stop in Malta, which takes place at the end of May. Got a nice bit of additional value for the eventual winner. Something to keep an eye on, Manny, as
Yes,
we
sir.
get the
250
heads up.
still.
Bit more additional value to the winner.
Then 5 here.
I mean, that little bit more makes a huge difference here. We were talking about £6,850 compared to 4,225 between the second place and the winner of this event. Now, that value is going to be boosted to almost 2x of the second place. So we will have a big heads up.
Love to see it. Also, additionally, in our cash game challenge, guys, which continues tomorrow and Friday,
1.3.
in the cash game challenge at the festival series, the player that wins the largest number of big blinds across all of the cash streams does also win a €1,600 package to the festival series Malta. Lots of additional value for the players here. You love to see it, causes a lot of action. Nicholas in there now with the ace queen, very easy open.
And pass. 10 seconds. Yes, the pass in already.
We have the screen up there now, guys.
Really like how Colin has been playing Manny. Very composed, taking down most pots he's involved in. We saw that limp jam over the chip leader with the ace-8 suited. Seems to know where he's at, and he has consolidated second place, sitting on 14.6 million, around about 30 bigs. Nicholas still with the overwhelming chip lead, around about 40% of the chips in play, as you see the payouts on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, great performance so far by Colin, for sure. He got himself in the second position by good play, by solid poker, and yeah, probably looking to make it all the way to heads up. And let's see if he makes it. Gonna be very interesting now between second and fourth and fifth place. I mean, it's a real battle.
Absolutely. Here is JJ Hazan, 14 bigs, with the ace king off. Does elect to just open rip, no inducing, which makes sense. All the stacks so condensed. Doesn't want to let the big blind defend. Is going to pick up the blinds and antes.
6-9, yeah, of course.
Pass.
Yeah, if everybody at the table knows that you love to steal from those stack sizes with the 14 bigs, you might as well induce here with the ace king, but of course with ICM in play, the shove definitely prints.
There we have it. Nicholas still out in front. As the blinds go up, though, our next blind jump is going to put severe pressure on the remaining players. We are on a 30-minute blinds clock, coming to you on a 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn here in Nottingham. This is the final 5 in the Poker Listings Championship final table.
600 to call.
Big comeback from here.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Got all the chips. After fight with scraps.
The price jumps really start to matter. The next one is still fairly slow with around 500 pounds, but then we really get up there. Money is on the line, especially regarding the buy-in for this event was only 120 pounds.
Absolutely, and with that additional 1600 package, lots to play for. Our man Corrado, he's not scared. He has been going for the win throughout. Russell is going to defend off the short stack with the Jack 10. Oh wow, flops the nuts. Flops Broadway.
Heads up.
Huge flop for Russell.
Dream scenario, unfortunately.
He's going to lead.
Wow.
Bet 1.4.
Very interesting. It's going to work. Does pick up a call from Corrado.
Bet 1.4.
Oh, the turn is the king of spades.
Call.
Oh, Corrado, you are on the edge, my friend. Wow, Russell, he leads
Bet
again.
2.5.
Very interesting. What do you do if you're Corrado, Manny?
Well, I'm definitely not folding the turn once I call the flop, obviously, but I am not going to jam here. In position, I think we have a pretty standard call. We can play some rivers. We might keep any worse range, any bluffs, maybe flush draws, or maybe just a queen jack or a queen 10 that turns into a bluff in. So I'm definitely calling.
Does use his time bank chip. I think Corrado is actually doing an acting job here and believes he's way ahead. Little does he know, Russell is in wait with the flop straight.
Yeah, very interesting lead here, definitely. Probably not a board you ever want to have a leading range. Must have something to do with the opponent he's playing.
For sure, Corrado has ripped it. Russell makes the call with the flop straight.
10 seconds.
Not sure why Russell is worried.
Seat 4 is all in.
Just has to fade a queen, ace, 8 or king on the river and will double up. Oh, he's standing up again, man.
I mean, he looks like Russell is apologizing here for taking 4 seconds. I don't think that's necessary. He called fairly quickly, just not loving the situation. Corrado had an under the gun range, including all the full house combinations, so I think that was totally fine.
Good luck.
The river is the jack of diamonds. Russell does hold and get the full double. Does he cover Corrado?
Yes,
According
he does.
to our graphic, no.
Good luck.
Perhaps does.
Straight. That's 7.5.
Does look as if he covers. Very interesting hand. Do not see many big blind leads. Russell making it work.
7.5.
Corrado looks as if he is our 5th place finisher.
250. Got you covered. 5.5.
Yeah, good game
And
to
we
Corrado.
say GG.
He brought a lot of fun to the table. Definitely one of my favorite players throughout the day.
Got you covered.
GG Corrado, well played. We will see you, I'm sure, in the main event. And I think if he really wanted, he could go and hop in a flight right now.
Plus another 9,200,000. He should have at the moment 19.5 approximately. Yes.
Just getting confirmation that
We
he
have already
covers.
10,200,000 plus another 9,200,000. He should have at the moment
GG Corrado,
19.5
well played. 5th
approximately.
place finish.
Yes.
We are down to 4. Nicholas, Russell,
any deal,
Colin,
guys?
and
Best of luck.
JJ.
You got no sauce on the go.
Okay, lads, I'm feeling a bit of pressure because you three have all down that end, hunched together with all the chips.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you, I'm here to fucking win it.
I know you are, JJ.
Don't give a fuck.
You got no sauce on the go.
Literally, okay, lads, I'm feeling a bit of pressure because you three
Nothing, they're just
hunched together with all the chips.
yeah.
Let me just tell you, I'm here to fucking win it.
I know trophy man. I want one of those so badly.
Literally, don't give a fuck.
Guys, blinds, nothing, they're just nothing.
Caricatures that they do for the winners, and I want one of those
6-6
more than a trophy man. I want one of those so badly.
All right, we are down to 4.
Guys,
You see the
now,
payout on the
6-6-8.
screen in front of you.
6. 6-6.
3-6, yeah. I'm all elbows, mate.
6-6, JJ, please.
Yeah, already quite a nice score with £2,350, but now comes the big price jump, the trophy on top, the package.
15.
It's all out there. Now you just need to go and grab it, put pressure on your opponents.
For sure, blinds now up to 300, 600,000. Really a lot of pressure now beginning to mount on the shorter stacks, especially in a short-handed game. They are going to have to get busy. I believe now Russell and Colin with a bit of distance in between themselves and JJ. Nicholas still the big chip leader with 30 million in chips.
Yeah, short-handed can switch around. We're going to see a lot of all-ins, a lot of clashes now. Ranges will be even wider than they were. So a comeback for any of these, even for the last in chips, JJ right now, is more than possible.
For sure, a couple of double ups. Things can change very quickly, especially short-handed, as we know. Nicholas opening with the King Jack.
On a little ride now, here we go. I'm going to get called very light, I know that.
Fold. 15. 1.5. Fold.
Colin with the 6-7 off.
Fold.
Does decide to fold.
Fold.
Actually has made some good astute folds. Seems very aware of the pay jump situation, the fact that JJ is short, not defending the bottom parts of his range.
Yeah, very good at analyzing the situation. Chippy V, a clear call with 6-7 offsuit, but in this scenario, you're supposed to fold, and he finds the fold. And as you said earlier, I'm very impressed by his game so far at the final table. Really been taking really good decisions so far.
Absolutely, very solid. Mr. Hazan on the button with the suited king, and just over 11 big blinds. Had a similar spot with King 5 suited earlier, did not take it.
All in.
He is taking this one.
Fold.
Sends it.
And here you see the
Nicholas.
difference with the king 5 suited. He had.
Nicholas with the snap.
Oh
call.
wow, that is a quick
Does
one.
make the call with the suited ace-3. And we are off to the races. JJ's going to need help, or he's going to be our 4th place finisher.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Does pick up a backdoor flush draw
Five unsuited.
and a backdoor straight draw. There is the action card. JJ bolts into the lead.
Please hold me. Hold.
Can he fade an ace or a heart?
Holding, baby.
Ace of clubs.
Does.
Holding, baby.
JJ Hazan,
King of hearts.
first step on the road back up the mountain, doubles up to 15 million. And this is the first chink in Nicholas's armor, Manny.
You're distracting me, JJ.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see with the king 5 suited, just a few moments ago, he took the fold because he realized there are other short stacks at the table. Now, he's the shorty. He's got nothing to lose. Let's get the chips in.
2, 4,
Love it.
Will you
5 and a
marry
half.
me as my second wife?
6,
Huge,
5 and a
huge
half,
double up
6
for
million
JJ
and
Hazan.
100. 5 and a half.
Nicholas, the first punch has landed. Be interesting to see how he
5 and a
responds. Everything else had
6.
been going his way. Big
6
double up
million
for
and
JJ,
100.
and we remain four-handed at this Poker Listings Championship final table.
Yeah, now it's everybody's game. Everybody very close together. Short stack doubling up against the chip leader. The field is now completely in the middle. A few hands now can change everything.
Will it be interesting to see how the players now change gears. Colin will be aware that JJ now has a similar stack to him. Will probably open up his game as a result. Very close now between all 4 stacks.
As you can see, one double up for Colin, and he's the chip leader. So, yeah. Blinds are going up quick as well, so action guaranteed. I think the next half hour will be very deciding.
Hard to tell, I can't see it over there. He's going to get the printout.
23 and then 3,000.
We want action. We want blood on the canvas.
Yes, and we don't want a deal. We want one winner.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a deal discussion, at least until heads up.
30 seconds to act.
I'd be surprised, but we will see.
How much do I go?
3.
Does fold round to Nicholas in the small with Queen 10.
30 seconds to act. Fold.
1 second.
Fold.
Still being the chip leader, you typically want to raise a lot out of the small blind. Probably using a little bit of a bigger sizing as well. He decides to go for 1.3 million, which is just very tiny size over a min raise. I think that gives Russell way too good odds. I would rather go 3 or 3.5x here.
I would agree with your analysis, Manny, but perhaps he knew that he was about to absolutely drill this flop. Ace 10-10. Trip 10s for Nicholas with the backdoor flush draw. Probably not going to get too much action, unfortunately for him. Does bet quarter pot. That does not look like the reaction of a man who is
9, yeah.
a little bit of a tell
900.
from Russell.
Yeah, if you know you fold, it's okay to give tells, right? We have all done it.
I really want to see somebody do that one time at a final and then min click it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to happen. Nicholas padding his lead up to just over 40 big blinds, 26 million.
6-6, please.
And you see our payouts, 2350 for our next eliminated player, then 3025 for third. I believe 4800 for second and 6850 for the win, plus that added 1600 euro Malta Festival Series package taking place in May. Right back to it. This could be our first
16.
big clash four-handed. Nicholas with the ace-king.
Fold.
Russell with the pocket eights in the small.
A very interesting spot for Russell to see if he
15.
elects to 3-bet
3 to
or
5.
to call or to jam. I think all options are possible.
Does 3-bet to 3.2 million. Very small sizing out of position.
3 2 5.
Looks like 5.5 big blinds.
All in.
And Nicholas sends it, as we expect with the ace-king. Does jam. I believe I heard all in.
Yeah, I'm very sure he snap jammed it as well. Very typical to do this with ace-king. Really got himself into a very weird spot here, Russell, using that small size, which really shouldn't induce too many bluff jams. I mean, this just looks super strong what Russell is doing.
5 seconds.
And now he gets the snap all in. What do you do with pocket eights here?
Fold.
All right.
I'll keep it nice and simple for you.
I agree.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Super awkward. I think with this stack distribution the way it is, I quite like just calling pre-flop, even four-handed. Not a huge fan of 3-bet shove for 40 bigs. Awkward. Can't really 3-bet call. Very tricky.
We have talked way too much strategy, because I agree with everything you say.
Sure. Yeah, just so awkward. Not a hand that we can comfortably 3-bet call. Bit of a disaster to have to 3-bet fold. My apologies to Russell. Yeah, I think calling pre-flop probably the best line to take. Unfortunately for Russell, he was forced to fold. And Nicholas padding his lead once again. Up to 30 million, around about the 50 big blind mark.
Yeah, back to 30 million within very few hands after that bad beat against JJ. Recovering quickly, Nicholas is back on the way to get to the 35 million mark, because that would be half of the chips at the table.
Yes, indeed, and he will be right back in the raising streets. Jack 9 of hearts under the gun.
15.
I've still got all 4. I've not used one. All gone. Yeah.
I love it when once it comes down to four-handed play, you really get to see skill level of a player, because these situations you just put into spots to defend your blinds, to play your button, to raise your cutoff. You cannot rest anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, Manny. Forced to widen our ranges. Somewhat surprised to see Colin just straight fold ace-9. Although, if we look at the chip counts, yeah, he is the short stack.
Yeah, I think a fold is a little bit too tight here, especially against Nicholas. He's capable of raising a wide range here as the chip leader, and the cutoff range is wide enough anyway, so would have liked to see at least a defend, if not even more.
I agree completely. Can be a test at the table now that we are short-handed to change gears. That can be tricky when you've been very patient and tight laddering up. Then it can be hard sometimes to shake yourself out of that mode and change gears. Russell with the ace-queen will not struggle to change this gear.
16.
Does open. Comes with 1.6 million, 2.5 big blinds.
Fold, fold.
Shade over. He will take
16.
it down. So this gives me an opportunity to let you guys know what is on the schedule for the rest of the week.
Fold, fold.
We have 2 more editions of the Cash Game Challenge here at the Festival Series tomorrow and Friday. Some big stakes in the mix, 5-10 with a mandatory £25 straddle. And we are hopeful of playing 25.50 live here from dusk till dawn. We are hopeful of bringing you that on Friday. It should be a huge game. We have our 1K no limit high roller on Saturday and our main event coverage on Sunday, where we will be here all day I believe we start around about 3:30 on Sunday, before we will crown our champion of the 200k guaranteed main event. Day ones are running now at dusk till dawn.
Call.
If you wish to come down and get in the mix, nothing is stopping you.
Check.
Get to DTD.
Is that for? Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Do have a limp from Nicholas with the 8-5 in the small. Russell does check back as 7-3. Interesting flop.
Check.
Cheers, boss.
Bottom pair and a gutter for Nicholas.
Check.
And Russell turning a double gutter, looking for a 4 or an 8.
Check.
Action does go check, check.
Check. Try me to check.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much equity almost to bluff the flop in Russell's shoes. If he would just have a gut shot with the spade in his hand, might as well stab that board to try to take it down against quite a few overcards holding. But with this hand, it's totally fine to check.
Turn does go check, check.
Is that?
Interesting spot. Nicholas is checking river, obviously looking to bluff catch. Can't imagine he will ever fold here. Gonna have to pay it off.
Call.
Does indeed, and will get the bad news that Russell has rivered a straight.
1.5.
Pays off the 1.5 million value bet of Russell.
Call.
Very difficult to fold there, Manny, right? Holding an 8 and a 5 in a pot that has been checked to the river.
You know what I think, right? I love the game of PLO, and the game of PLO taught me that 8-5 is one of the best check raise bluffs you can have there.
Absolutely, that would have been spicy.
He probably saved himself a lot of money by not doing it.
As it stands, nice pickup for Russell.
You're not doing that.
Please, JJ. 6-6.
No, I think you got away from the minimum there, to be honest. I was double good. I don't get away from it. I mean, you double this and something like that. Of course I get away from it, but you're not doing that.
Lines,
So,
please, JJ. 6-6.
no, I think you got away from the minimum there, to be honest.
Fold.
It hits us both so well.
Yeah.
Colin folding the King 5 suited.
Fold.
Nicholas raise and take with the Ace-6 off.
Yeah, Nicholas now back in the comfort zone, that little struggle. He recovered very quickly, picking up pot after pot after pot. Over 30 million again.
It looks very relaxed and composed. As you see our chip counts.
Blinds, please. You have it here. 6.
Tournament beginning to get quite shallow.
3.
Couple of 20 big blind stacks, 130 big blind stack, and Nicholas in there with 50 bigs.
Blinds, please.
Believe the next blind level will really start to put a lot of pressure, Manny, on especially the shorties.
I swear to God, I thought that was 100k.
Can I just flatten
Yeah, I believe next blind level might be 400, 800. That will put 1 or 2 players directly in the danger zone we've been talking about, around these 15 big blind stacks. So we can expect a lot of pre-flop all-ins again.
For sure.
I knew I was getting tired.
Let's fold to JJ in the small with the 10-7.
Fold.
Is going to give Colin a walk.
He's got the ace. He shows the ace.
Yeah, JJ slowing down a bit. I mean, he's probably aware that the players knows that he has made 1 or 2 wilder plays, including the King Deuce suited jam, or the Ace-6 suited jam early that worked, the squeeze jam. So he's aware the players know. So that's why maybe for a moment laying a little bit back, taking less spots. And maybe if he rests for an over or 2, his open raises will be believed a little bit more again. All right, Russell in the cutoff with the King 7 suited. Attacking.
Fold.
Yeah, does widen his range, as you have to do four-handed.
1.5.
Nicholas with a very easy defend with the Jack-8 of diamonds.
And I believe this is the chip leader and the second play is going at it.
Check. Call. Check.
Interesting to see Russell not c-bet this board. You would expect him to just c-bet small, clear out some equity of the big blind, but content to check his king highs. Does check all the way to the river, and he is going to win with the king 7.
Check. Check.
And maybe an example of the risk reward probably might be c-betting this against any other player, but against the player who covers him. He likes to play low ball poker. He does have showdown value and the backdoor flush draw. Not willing to put money in yet on the flop. If it goes like that and the opponent is not bluffing Jack 8, then you win quite a bit at showdown.
For sure.
I mean, yeah, just show the card.
Chip leader, second.
Fold.
Chip leader, second.
Very interesting. JJ electing to limp with the Jack 5 suited. Nicholas going for a small ISO from the small blind with King Queen. I think he's on the button. This could be a small error in the graphics.
Seconds.
Does lay it down.
10 seconds. Fold. Big blind. Now you got it right. Big blind. I don't know what happened, why you put it all okay.
Player's still in a very good mood, despite the fact that there's a lot to play for here. A lot of money and the package on the line.
Yes, indeed. We are four-handed at the Poker Listings final table. First place will take down £6,850 plus that additional €1,600 package to the Festival Series in Malta in May. For all things Festival Series, please go to thefestival.com, where you will see information, upcoming schedules, upcoming plans for series and events. And if you want to check out what is happening at Dusk Till Dawn, please check out our social medias at DTD Club and at DTD Live on Twitter and Instagram. And you can check out the festival socials too at the Festival OG. So Nicholas still out in front, 31 million. Russell chipping away though at that lead up to 40 bigs, followed by Colin and JJ on the short stack.
Yeah, Nicholas had quite a few nice small pickups. But now Colin, with 16 big blinds, picks up pocket jacks.
Appreciate that though. No, it's,
Yeah, they're used to it. I already asked this question.
I was looking at the blinds to think, hang on, we're only
Used to,
four
just
players. I've only just woken up.
It's a thing, yeah.
Heads up now.
No anti-heads up. Okay,
appreciate that
that's
though.
a nice confirmation. Yeah, they're used to. I already asked the question.
I was looking at the blinds to think, hang on, we're only four players.
Looks like Colin sets the trap once more.
No anti-heads up. Okay, that's
Not that I'm
a
going to be
nice confirmation.
Is that check? Sorry.
technical knowledge.
Does limp with the jacks. I think I like it. Nicholas being aggressive with his ISOs, and this looks as if it's going to work for Colin.
Is that check? Sorry.
Nicholas flopping top pair with backdoor straight and flush draws. Pretty much the dream scenario here, Manny, for Colin.
So in Nicholas' shoes, are you going to raise your 8 here? Or are you just going to call in position and play cautious along the way?
I would raise. Yeah, I think in general our hand is good enough to raise for value. Colin's going to have enough stabs here. Yeah, I think he sets him in. Not too surprised to see it. Yeah, and here we go. Colin has set this up perfectly. If he can hold here, he will be up to 21 million in chips.
Yeah, looked like Nicholas directly shoved here with the 8 in position.
Yeah,
very easy call for Colin indeed.
Does turn a gut shot straight draw to go with his top pair. Colin needing to dodge the river, and he does indeed, improving to trip jacks. Big double up for Colin. The trap sprung perfectly. Just like
nice
that.
Trap here. Very nice
like,
trap.
Just like that. Colin and Nicholas even in chips. Russell now, I believe, with the chip lead. Colin and Nicholas on similar stacks. And JJ on the short stack. Yeah, well played, Colin. Sets the trap. Finds the full double. Thoughts on that jam with the 8? Would you raise call? I think I would be more inclined to raise call.
Yeah, I think a jam in position is just a little bit too big. We're playing 16 big blinds, and let's not forget, it is a limit pot. It was not pre-flop raised, so maybe a little bit too deep. But yeah, you just said it. If it was close before with the stack sizes, now it's even closer.
For sure, anyone's game. Just muted the microphone there whilst having a coughing fit on my cup of tea. It's that time of the night, everybody. We are four-handed. This is the final table of the Poker Listings Championship. Big double up for Colin, putting himself right in the hunt for the title. And it really is anybody's game now.
Yeah, it is. We had the entire final table. Not only that, also when we had final 2 tables, we had one big chip leader the entire time. And that has just changed dramatically.
Yep, absolutely. JJ under the gun with the ace-9 of diamonds, looking to get some momentum. A lot of love for Colin in the Twitch streets, railing in his double.
Yeah, JJ with the shove here. Gonna get it through the button and the small blind and also the big blind. Chipping up a little bit, making it even closer.
Yeah, I think the next blind level is really going to start putting pressure on all of these stacks. Everybody will have 25 blinds at the 400, 800k level, which is not far round the corner.
So yeah, final for the next pay jump is £650, which is a lot compared to the buy-in, but it's not that much if you consider the package up top for the poker festival in Malta worth 1,600 euros. So not a big incentive to ladder up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you consider that when they do get heads up, when you add in that extra package, the winner is basically going to 2x second place money, which is going to make it a very important heads up battle. If you can ship it, you get the extra €1,600 package to the Festival Series Malta. Russell giving another walk to JJ. JJ just sweet talking him. I think he's holding up a Tesco value card. What is this witchcraft that I'm viewing at this final table? Russell's let him in his head somehow, walking him with the king 6.
He's got all the tricks up his sleeve,
really
and
does.
it's entertaining to watch. Brilliant poker.
I don't believe that if I waved a Tesco value card at you, Manuel, that you would walk me four-handed with the king 6 when I have 12 bigs.
I would walk you out of the door maybe, but that's about it.
Oh, dearie me. JJ Hazan, I tell you something. It's been the experience. It seems to be working. That's twice, at least by my count, that he has encouraged a walk from Russell. Anyway, JJ in the small, queen 4 suited. The blinds have gone up, guys. So, as we discussed, getting very shallow. Does limp in. Colin with the king 7 behind. Let's have a couple of options here. And elects to send it. Decides his king high is good enough. And indeed is correct. Picks up the blinds and antes. And JJ forced to limp fold the queen 4 suited.
It's a very scary shove to make, especially against a player who's got all the tricks up his sleeve. Eventually will be able to have pocket aces, pocket kings here, maybe even some strong ace X. But good analyzing of the situation, sending it with the king 7. I'd feel a little bit scared there.
For sure. Cards back in the air. As we see, the blinds have gone up. This is very shallow now. Nobody with more than 30 bigs. JJ on the button with the ace-8 of diamonds. Does pull the trigger and jam. Chip stacks in front of you now. Very condensed. Anybody's game. Nicholas with a very small chip lead. JJ looking to find a double to get back in contention. We are four-handed at this final table. For anyone just joining, this is the festival series at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. I am Andrew Headley, your lead commentator for the week, joined by Mr. Manuel Zapf. And while I love introducing you, my friend, we are going to wait a moment because Nicholas has woken up with the Cowboys in the small.
Yeah, amazing hand to have here. He definitely wants that comeback. Just dropped down under the 20 million mark.
Oh, no. Here we go. It's just got very cold in here.
Yeah, it is a little bit freezing. That's very true. A very cold deck situation here for Russell. And Colin has another king in his hand. So just to give him a little bit of hope there.
Here we go. Russell about to get the bad news. What a cooler. JJ celebrating the misfortune of the other players. Oh dear. Come on, JJ, sit down. Nicholas and Russell, they've got it in. This is the pot of the tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely. This will decide a lot here.
Wow, huge cooler. Russell is going to need some help. Needs a queen or he is going to be gone. JJ fist pumping it. Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes in Nottingham. Here we go. Russell needs a queen. Not sure what is going on with the delay. Oh, something's happened.
Can you see the board?
Many apologies, guys, for these technical issues. I am being informed that unfortunately there was a slight issue with the card reader on that hand. And Russell has drilled a queen, turns a queen, and I believe he covers Nicholas.
Yes, Nicholas, the player at risk, even though he had the better hand. What a brutal way to go out. 10 minutes ago, he was the overwhelming chip leader, and there we have the board.
Wow, Russell turns a queen. And I believe Nicholas, unfortunately, our 4th place finisher. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, guys. A critical moment for a malfunction. Wow, what a turn card for Russell. Super unfortunate for Nicholas. Played so well. Looks as if he's our 4th place finisher. Just looking for confirmation, but it looks like it. And sometimes, Manny, this is what it comes down to. 1 all in. If you lose it when you're this shallow. Yeah, Nicholas, GG. Played great. 4th place finisher. We are 3-handed poker listings.
Yeah, crazy how brutal poker can be sometimes. A few minutes ago, he almost had half of the chips of the entire table. And a few moments later, he gets this bad beat. And we all know how it feels. You're going to write a little message to your friends. Kings, smaller queens, 4th place. Sad smiley.
Very, very unfortunate. Played great though, Nicholas. Didn't really put a foot wrong. When it's this shallow, eventually the chips do go in. So I am hearing that the clock has been stopped for a few minutes while they sort chips out. Myself and Manny, we are going to take a short break. So please join us when we return within the next 10 to 15 minutes for the conclusion of our 3-handed poker listings final table. See you soon.
This is awful. This is awful. Am I good to go? What have you done? Great. Last blinds, please, 4 and 8. Am I good to go? What have you done? Great. Last blinds, please, 4 and 8. 8. 8, please. 8.
So more than I have done in previous years, but I'm still just like.
Okay, ladies and gents, we are back.
More than I have done in
Cards
previous
are
years,
back
but I'm
in
still
the
just
air.
like,
This is three-handed action
Fold.
in the Poker Listings Championship main event. This is the festival series in Nottingham. We are back. We're three-handed. Mr. Manuel Zapp, the booth, with myself, Andrew Headley, Manny, approaching Judgment Day. It's D-Day. They're three-handed. We should take it down.
He loves doing that. He loves annoying me.
Now it counts. We're playing for the win. We're playing for the package. But are there any additional news we need to know about, Andrew?
There is indeed. So in our break there, the players were in fact discussing a deal. They did come to agreement, and they have made a three-way deal. Russell taking both the lion's share. Will collect 5,000
From me too, guys. First feature table.
JJ
Moment for me too, guys. First feature table, so.
And that is a deal. And they are playing for the remaining £700 or so, plus
all
the
in.
€1,600 package for Malta, Malta and two-way deal. I think
Would I be playing? Predicted this.
0.8 JJ, playing for 700 so has paid Manny. This takes some of the pressure off. Players play a little looser as what comes money.
I guess that's a decent chunk of money for everybody here. Even for the short stack, getting a nice sum in. I guess you can go to Tesco a lot, have a lot of shopping bags filled with that amount of money.
JJ Hazan, your Tesco value card was indeed flashed to induce a walk. I'm not going to lie, I've never seen it before. We may never see the likes of it again. But it worked. It worked twice. And JJ, in fairness, he's laddered up, handed, and in the hunt for the Poker Listings Championship trophy.
Yeah, definitely the moment of the day there for me, even though it was only a hand where he got a walk. So it wasn't a big decision, but to just get that Tesco value cut out, flash it in front of your opponents and ask for a walk, absolute genius move.
I need to know what happened. Did he offer him a meal deal? Did he offer him some discounted confectionery? What did he do to get the walk? I honestly, I'm so shocked. It worked. And he's handed right mix with 20 blinds. Getting a walk.
You're the blind now.
Chip count, Russell, 5 big blinds. We are calling it JJ Force around the bigs. Russell in with position on this title. We are three-handed. This is the festival series. Three-handed poker on the table. Thank you for joining us, guys. I hope you will stay with us until we crown a champion.
Here we go, babies.
It's still plenty to play for, let's not forget, but after deal, players tend to loosen up a little bit. Everybody feels comfortable. Most players having a drink. I see JJ there with the wine. I see a nice beer for Russell. So everybody's just enjoying themselves now. Definitely for all three. It's been a great start of the series, and they're looking forward to playing more of those tournaments.
Don't mind me, Manny. I'm just sitting here thinking of as many Tesco-related puns as possible for the next hour and a half of coverage. Every little helps, I believe, is Asda, so we can't do that. Tesco, that I don't know. Is it that's Asda price? Maybe every little helps is Tesco, and every little helps in the hunt for the Poker Listed Championship. I'm still in shock. I don't know what to tell you. I'm still on a high.
Yeah, it's been a very entertaining stream. I mean, I've really been looking forward to the MTT day. We started the day with 16 left, I believe. It's been so entertaining. The players have been very unique. That's what you want to see. That's what you need to see. That's what makes tournament poker great again.
For sure. And now Russell in a very awkward spot. Colin this time electing to just go ahead and open out the small. We did see him trap the jacks. Going for a raise call with nines. Russell does defend with ace-3. Could have considered jam for 20 bigs. Definitely wouldn't have hated it. A little something for both. Colin with the overpair and the gut shot. Russell with an overcard and a gut shot straight draw of his own. Would expect Colin to c-bet this board. Wants protection for his nines. Can get value from worse, like Russell has. Oh wow, and Colin bets and Russell has tiled it. Colin with the snap, that happened very quickly. Huge moment in the tournament. Colin getting it in at 77% favourite. Fireworks, hands on back.
He'll probably suck out.
And he holds, great turn. Just has to pay for 4 or an ace. And he does. Yeah, well played. Colin, double. Massive switch in the chip stack. Up to 34 million chips. That happened very quickly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised seeing Russell play this final table so far. He was definitely one of the players who were a little bit more on the conservative side. Now to see a little bit of a blast on that 6-7-5 board. He did have equity, to be fair. It wasn't just a stone cold bluff, but maybe a little bit too risky. But this is exactly what's happening when you have a decent amount of cash locked up. Everybody is loosening up a bit.
That happened so quickly, we did not even get to see the bet size of Colin. Big double up. Catapults himself into the chip lead. 33.6 million for Colin. Russell still healthy, 28 mil. JJ with around about 20 bigs on the short stack.
I just took the button out of you.
It happens quick, man.
You were the button. I just took the button out of you.
It happens quick, man. Just because it was a mistake, I misread my hand. I had ace-4 there, I have no problem pushing ace-3.
Very interesting. Russell saying he believes he misread his hand. Thought he had ace-4 and not ace-3, which would make a little more sense to pile an up and down straight draw and an overcard. Seems very upset with himself.
It's some bad news to run there into pocket nines, definitely. But I do have some good news for you, Andrew. Every little helps. Every little helps is from Tesco.
Ah, see, I knew it. Hey, I'm a natural coming up with fun. Every little helps. Unbelievable. JJ has take a bow. I'm not gonna lie, that was epic. Right, Colin, 34 million, up to 40 bigs. Russell with around about 35 bigs. JJ with 20. JJ doubles. Just that tight. And a very open ace-8 of clubs on the button. Three-handed game.
Played a few minutes of the 400-800 level before the break already, before the deal discussion. So soon lines will go up again, so that can only mean more action.
Sure, we are playing 30-minute blinds, guys. Coming to you on a 30-minute delay from DTD here in Nottingham. Three-handed, coming to the business end of this Poker Listings final. Russell with a raise, just a little over the min. Colin with the defend with the 9-7 off.
I mean, we can expect to get to see a lot more chip EV play now. The ICM has dropped because of the made deal, so that will help us to have even more action.
Sure. Interesting spot here if Russell does elect to c-bet. Colin with a hand that has some check raise potential, wrapping around the 10 and the 5 with some backdoor straight and flush draws. Be intrigued to see what happens.
12.
Would love to see a raise here. We're not going to do too much check raise in three-handed, but this is a hand that loves to do it. And Colin, I believe he's gone for it.
7.
You'd love to see this. Great timing. Really like this from Colin.
3.7.
And it's gonna work as well against the ace-8 of clubs, I believe, even though
It
it's
has not
often a
worked.
call.
It
Oh.
has not worked. We are off to the streets. Russell does float. Colin showing awareness. We're going to want to check a lot
2.5
on an ace
check.
turn.
Yeah, both
This
players
is-
really putting out the GTO line here.
They
They're
really
floating,
are.
floating with the backdoor clubs, fairly standard, even though I
Actually
expected a fold. Yeah.
Very nicely played hand by both. Love to see that from Colin, and it's always nice when you're in the booth. And what? Well played by both. Like the lines on the go. Russell back chip with 34 million, 27 for Colin, and AJ on 50 mil. Nice hand. Rumble enjoyed it.
No good, no.
Big blind.
Yes, boss is here.
Colin.
Uh-oh. JJ has run into it. I believe he announced all in. Oh my goodness, a potential three-way all in.
Really?
Happened
All
so
in.
fast, Colin.
Fold. I want a treble up.
It's a fold.
Very quick fold. Maybe a little bit of a snappy all in there from Colin. Could have taken a little bit more time with the queens. But I do believe that ace jack is gonna fold anyways.
Well, Mr. Hazan, are you off to collect your Tesco value meal deal? Or are you staying with us? Gonna need to drill a deuce.
Lara, one time.
Good luck, guys.
Doesn't make any difference.
Very
One time.
dusty flop. No backdoors. Gonna need to drill one of the remaining two deuces.
Doesn't make any difference. I need the two, otherwise it's good night for
On the turn.
Need the two, otherwise it's good night for
We lose JJ Hazan in third. Great run. Great entertainment. JJ, sir, picks up £885 for his third place finish. We are heads up. Colin against Russell.
Sad to see him go. What a character, what an entertainer at the table. I really enjoyed him playing throughout the entire day. Well done, JJ. Good
Great
game.
run. Great run, good value, great entertainment. We are heads up. Russell Bowman against Colin Lovelock. Heads up for the title. That happened quickly. What do you think, Manny? Going to be a quick heads up with these fast blind levels and the two already made? You have that €1,600 Malta package up top for the winner. So lots to play for. £700 still up for grabs, plus the €1,600 package.
I think it's going to be a long heads up. Players are fairly deep. We have 30 minutes blind. We don't have an anti-heads up. Don't forget that. There might be a lot of limping strategies involved. I think we're here for a long ride.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I should be the small blind and I should be the button now.
That's going to be very interesting to see how things go. Really enjoyed this final table. Hopefully we get a fitting heads up to end the match.
So I move again. Okay, so now, okay, good.
No, the button moves weird when you go heads up. Yes.
So I move again. Okay, so now, okay, good.
No, you want
I
chips
would like
from me then.
you'll get dealt
because-
to first, Alex first.
Oh, no, sorry.
You're big blind and anti now,
Yeah.
and yes.
Really going to be interesting to see here how they both adapt to heads up. We've seen quite a bit of plays here. Very solid performance from Colin overall. Russell with a little bit of a blow up there with the ace-3. Going to be interesting to see if that gets to his nerves. It is for the win after all, and it is for a big package in May in Malta for the Poker Festival series and their next stop. Very interesting to see how they both adapt.
1.6.
For sure.
1.6.
I think with that additional package up top, really some additional motivation for the players to go for it. Myself and Manny, we will try and let you listen into some of the table talk as we go. Heads up here, Colin versus Russell. Russell, to remind you, has 5.2k already locked up. It was a deal handed. 5.2k for Russell. Colin already 4 points locked. Playing for another £700 plus the £1,600 to the festival series in Malta.
Fold, so no ante.
No ante.
No ante, okay.
Oh, wait, did I put an ante in that? Doesn't matter.
That's fine, because no ante. Well, so yeah.
No
That was
ante.
no ante, okay.
Oh, wait, did I put an ante in that?
That's fine, because he put it as well, so yeah. Now it's just...
No ante anymore.
Yeah.
No ante ante. Catch that so
So Russell on the button, ace-5 off, 40 big blinds deep. Would expect still to see players raise for the most part above 40 big blinds. We will see them start to limp more, I believe, when we get shallower than 30. Does raise, and Colin with the mandatory defend with the king-7 off. Middle pair for Russell, 9-5-3 rainbow. Should be able to just come in for a pretty standard value bet on the flop.
A very strong holding here, heads up. The pairs that you flop obviously go up in value.
I like this sizing a lot. Get value immediately from worst 5x. Any potential 3x that Colin holds already in different and pretty tough spots. Any gut shots, any other ace highs, extracting value. And yeah, also chasing out any potential check raises from Colin that have equity, like the size of Russell. Picks up the first pot of heads up.
Yeah, definitely a good start here. And still at this time, heads up. We almost have 100 people viewing us on Twitch. Welcome to everybody here. Really happy to have you guys watching us.
my hand wasn't that great. That was probably a bad fold.
For sure, always happy to get the viewers in the chat. Have any questions or interactions you want to make with myself and Manuel?
We don't get any breaks.
We are heads up in the Poker Listings Championship final table, one of our opening events here at the Festival Series in Nottingham. And two big hands heads up. Russell with the 9-10 suited, Colin with the monster hand ace king. Could see fireworks here, Manny.
2.1.
Yeah, this should go raise 3-bet call. Very standard, I guess.
2.1.
I mean, Colin definitely with the 3-bet, and I think Russell in position 10-9 suited is just way too strong to get away.
100%. Be interesting to see what sizing Colin goes with. He's been on point thus far.
7, yeah.
Comes with 7 million. I'm a big fan of this. Makes it around about 8.5 big blinds over the 2.5x of Russell. Wants to give Russell the opportunity to a potentially 4-bet shove, some weaker hands. And we do not mind if he calls. He's going to have some holdings that we dominate. Really like the sizing for Colin.
Yeah, good sizing here, good awareness of the stack depth. Very nicely.
For sure. I do believe Russell must continue with this hand, but it looks like he's going to pitch it, and he does. Perhaps deciding that he does not want to play inflated pots. Personally, I'm definitely peeling in position with a hand as strong as 9-10 suited heads up, but Colin, bet with Ace King gets it done. As you see, with a slight chip lead over Russell, around about 40 to 50 big blinds deep. Colin with the advantage as he looks to take down the title. The Real Garga says hello, how much for the winner? Nice to see you, my friend. The deal was made three-handed. Russell has locked up £5,200. Colin in the realm of 4.5k. They are both playing for an additional £700 plus a €1,600 added package to the Festival Series Malta. So potential for whoever wins to take home around 8k.
And shout outs to the Real Gargar, another PLO legend in our Twitch stream. Nice of you to say hello, yeah.
How much did you bet?
Shout outs to Brazil.
I'm fighting the urge to scream Vamo with every fibre of my being. I'm gonna do it. Vamo, Vamo Brazil.
Vamo.
Let's go Brazil. Thanks for joining us, everybody. It's been a brilliant stream. Interesting to see Russell walk high there. Typically not many folds heads up. I mean, you know me, Manny, I'm a bit mistaken, but you're gonna have to be a really dusty holder. A little too tight for me, that fold.
It depends if you pick up on something like this, that people are maybe overfolding the big blind or overfolding their button. I guess you get to 100% VPIP pretty quick against these type of players.
Yeah, Colin with the limp with the ducks. Russell checking his 6. I did forget to say to the viewers, there's also a special book up top, and I believe you just saw the tournament director showing Russell. I believe it's some sort of graphic novel.
1.1.
It's pretty rare you see that in the heads up streets, Manny.
Yeah, definitely. I doubt that it can be of a lot of additional motivation, but maybe a tiny little bit.
It's like some comic book about final tables, and it's like a comic book or something. It's like some comic book about final tables, and it's like a comic book or something. But yeah, it's got like, I'm still pretty hefty comic. I'm still more excited about the drawing than I am the package. I'm still more excited about the drawing than I am the package. Man, those things just look really cool. And the package is more important than the drawing for sure. This drawing, man.
And there you go. We were close. So, a book about final tables, or poker final tables. Russell seems like he wants it. I'm not gonna lie. Colin just sat there and said, you know what? Nah, I'll have the money. So Russell on the button, opening with the ace of hearts. Colin contemplating the 9-5.
I mean, it looks like a standard defend and heads up, but since Russell has chosen a slightly bigger sizing than min raise, I guess this is on the border, especially.
Colin, I like it, getting after it. Not typically a hand class I would choose, but good to see that he is going hard here for the win. Does bet the 9-5 off. Russell with the quick defend. Does seem to be queen high.
Queen of spades,
does
7
outblock.
of clubs, 5 of spades. Yes, queen of spades.
Extremely
Queen of
difficult
spades,
for Russell
7
to
of
continue.
clubs, 5 of
It's
spades.
basically any
yes, queen of
size.
spades. Sorry. 5.
It's interesting that Russell snap called the 3-bet right after Tank folding 10-9 suited.
Yeah, for sure.
Fold.
Colin getting after it though. Not typically a hand I would choose to 3-bet, but timing is everything in this game. Well played. Feel like he may have the edge in terms of naked aggression in this heads-up match. All of a sudden, just like that, Colin opens up a 2-1 chip lead.
Genuinely said at the beginning of the final, if it's me, you, and
Things
Jay,
could change quickly, heads up, Manny, as we know.
Yeah, definitely. Comeback heads up is always possible. And right now we don't even need a big comeback. The stack distribution is 2-1. So very open who is going to be the winner.
He deserved his money.
For sure. Colin does continue his limping strat on the button, limping the ace-10.
God, I dare you to bet. None of us have got any of them.
I would expect him to bet one big blind. Very often here, a clear value bet. There it is.
Oh, you're all over that? It sounds like you, doesn't it?
For 1.
I can show you.
Thank you. I
Does
appreciate it.
show the ace high.
Fold.
Interesting there, Manny. Russell sort of giving away some pretty strong tells. Maybe he just decided already I'm up with his hand.
Okay,
Yeah, 5 and 1, yeah.
He just seems to be the guy for the table talk here in the heads up. We'll see if it turns out to his favor so far. I feel as well like he's given away a little bit more than he's gotten from Colin.
I'm kind of loving Colin. He's got that old school look of a poker player. No real emotion. Just sits there, chewing the gum, getting ready to chew you up and spit you out, mate.
That's exactly what's gonna go on. But let's see how he can get away from this.
I wish him the best of luck chewing up and spitting out ace queen of clubs, because that is what Russell has. Huge hand heads up.
2.1.
This is an interesting spot. Colin could potentially take the spot, but does come with call.
Call.
I think it plays a big role that he just 3-bet twice. You don't want to go 3 times in a row.
Huge flop for Russell. Mandatory c-bet. I don't believe Colin can ever fold a pair here heads up. Gonna go check bet call.
26. Call.
2.6 called by Colin. Quite a large c-bet.
Check.
Pots get pretty large already. Another 10 million in the middle. So
Sure.
Could
Very
be a
easy
quicker
double
action
barrel.
than I thought. Yes, definitely.
Would expect Russell to come with around 2/3 to set up 2/3 river. Bet in the realm of 6 million, I would expect.
6.5.
That is going to get the job done.
Oh, shit. I keep seeing those as
6.5 mil.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're right.
I was close enough.
Oh, shit. I was betting 5. I keep
Yeah,
seeing
that's
those
a win in my book for you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're right. It's 6.5.
That's far too much time spent playing heads up, mate, in the past.
It's confusing.
Gonna have to give a shout out to the legend himself in the chat, Wacky Jackson. It's Hey Hey Picasso. Jason, my friend, absolute pleasure as always. Mr. Jason Glatzer, poker blogger, traveler, extraordinaire, and overall gentleman. Good to see you, my friend. Beat our heads up. The final 2 in the Poker Listings Championship here from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Russell against Colin for the title. Colin with a slight chip lead. Nice pot there from Russell, though, narrowing the gap.
2.5.
Colin opening up, raising the button with the 7 deuce off. Changing gears, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's reaching the 100% VPIP now, after all. And that's a very tight fold if the graphics are correct.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised to see Russell fold king for suited there. Maybe the graphics were wrong. We never know.
Sure.
But yeah, king 4 suited and heads up almost. It's close to a monster.
Absolutely. If we're going to be folding this hand, we are going to struggle with the aggression of our opponent. Maybe an error in the graphics there. Was a very fast fold. Would not expect Russell to fold so quickly, having played so well throughout the final.
Fold.
Well, maybe it wasn't an error. because Jack 5 offsuit on the button goes into the muck as well. Maybe he's just going for a tighter strategy here in the heads up.
Could well be the case. As we know, heads up, probably the purest form of poker. You really have to widen those ranges significantly. And if you don't have a great deal of heads up experience, it can be quite intimidating, you know, to try and really widen the ranges to such an extent, playing hand classes you're not used to playing. Sometimes a cautious approach can pay dividends if you're not comfortable.
Or maybe just bad memories of the King 4 suited, the real Gaga says.
Yeah, maybe. Interesting here, both players with the 7-4, Russell with the flush draw to go with it.
Check. Check, check.
Is a king on the river. Both players likely to take showdown. They do, and they will chop this one up. So whilst the dealer splits this pot, let's just take you through the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow and Friday, the cash game challenge here at the Festival Series continues. Higher stakes, more money on the line. Tomorrow we have a £5, £10 no limit game with a mandatory £25 straddle. Game should play very big. We are hoping on Friday to bring to you £25, £50 no limit, which could be huge. One of the bigger cash games in Europe. Streamed, fingers crossed, we are able to bring you that lineup. Saturday, we are back in the tournament streets with our 1K High Roller. And Sunday, we have live coverage of the main event through to conclusion. 200K main. Myself and Manny will.
Yeah, so far as that it has been an amazing 3 days. Great cash game action, great cash game challenge concept. And now today we've had a very entertaining final two tables of this opening event. I'm very impressed by the action.
They're all space, I'm sorry. And there's a call.
You have a limp pot. I believe the flop is Queen 8-7 all spades. Colin with a gutter, and Russell with top pair.
And Queen of Spades. Can I do something? Nice, good. Can I? No, 1.5.
Dealer just confirming.
It seems we have a bet and a call.
Yeah. Speculative call from Colin with no spade in his hand, facing 3/4 pot.
It seems to be a little bit of Russell's thing to use a little bit of a larger size. We've seen it many times today, and really likes those 75% pot size bets.
Colin is beginning to turn his hand into a bluff. We will see this often on paired boards. From the check call, he does lead, and he gets the perfect river to continue the bluff. It's going to work. Russell with a very quick fold. Well played, Colin, continuing to pad his chip lead.
Impressive performance heads up so far by Colin. He's the more aggressive player. He's winning with the worse hands. And he's just taking down the blinds pre-flop as well. That's why he's chip leading right now.
Oh, this is going to piss me off in half an hour. Well, you know, whenever I do watch it back, so I will watch this back. I will find out where you had that.
Russell in good spirits. Back into the action we go. Colin with the ace-6 off.
No speed when it comes out for the spades on the board. What I'm meant to do.
Call and check.
Does come with limp. King 8-3 rainbow.
Bet 1 million and pass.
Comes with half pot, and Russell with the mandatory release. So all of a sudden, Colin opening up pretty good chip lead. 60 bigs or so, 55 bigs to the 21 bigs of Russell. Looking to land that killer blow soon, Manuel.
Yeah, it's all been Colin so far. He really took control. Yeah, I might not be surprised if this is quickly over, but as you know, anything can happen, and heads up. Maybe Russell finds the fight back, and maybe he picks up some good spots as well now, taking a little bit more risk, realizing with that short stack he has to fight back.
For sure.
10 seconds, wait.
I know, I'm gonna raise 250.
With the open to 2.5 million from Russell.
Raise 2.5. Call 2.5.
I'm kind of loving Russell. The table talk's cracking me up. Right, Colin does defend with the 6-7, flops bottom pair. Russell with a gut shot and overcard to the board.
2 million. Call.
Very fast c-bet at 40%. Now Colin going nowhere. Snap call.
Check.
Third is the Queen of Hearts.
Check.
Russell does not take the opportunity to put the pressure on. River is a blank.
Check.
There's the board queens. Perhaps an example of what you were discussing there, Manuel. Russell waved the white flag perhaps a little too soon in that hand.
I mean, there's not many queen highs in Colin's range that he's going to check call the flop with. Of course, there are a few, but the card favors absolutely Russell. He does have the overcard with the king. He does have the gut shot. Very, very good bluffing hand. Definitely another missed opportunity there.
Yeah, I would like to see Russell take a little more time to act, just in general. You know, a few snap decisions here or there where with a little more reflection, could have found some barrel offs. But Colin looking the more composed at the moment.
Sit number 2 is a lane.
He has ripped it. We don't know what he has.
Sit 2 yes.
Does have Russell down to around about the 15 big blinds stage, I believe.
Go on. Both of them.
Shows the King of Hearts.
A big king.
It folded, yes.
I'd have been happy with that.
Sit 2 went on lane, Sit 4 folded.
Adam Wood in the chat. I believe that may be Adam Owen. If it is, welcome, buddy. He says 2 legends. Well, the real question, Manuel, is he talking about Colin and Russell?
I think he's talking about the real Gaga and Yorkshire man in the chat.
He very well could be. Russell down to 15 bigs. Gonna have to find lightning in the jar. Fight back here against Colin. Does pick up a small one. This is Heads Up, guys, in the Poker Listings Championship event final. We are coming to you on a 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn. This is the Festival Series. Our third day of coverage. It is going quickly. We have 4 more days of live poker action. And tournaments coming your way over the next 4 days. Hope to see you with us daily through to the conclusion of the main event on Sunday evening.
Call. Check. And check.
Colin continuing his limping strat with the Jack-4 off on the button. Russell checking his baby suited connectors. 8-7-3 rainbow. Russell looks as if he's gone for a donk.
Bet.
Does check.
One win. Bet was 1.1.
Colin
pass.
really continuing to keep the pressure up, not letting Russell breathe for a second.
Yeah, Russell was
Yes.
just about to pick up some nice momentum there with the one hand with the Jack 10, maybe getting himself back in the mix. But then again, the aggression of Colin taking this win here in a hand where Russell actually connected better with the flop.
I already got approached saying that if I win it, I've got to contact somebody.
Yep, absolutely. Russell with the Queen Jack on the button. We will be going on a 20-minute break, guys, in around about 10 minutes' time.
Raise 2.2. Pass.
Comes with 2.2 million. Colin just going to let the 7 deuce go.
Call. Check.
Yeah, Russell continuing the snap acting.
Check.
It's so
That
kind
is
of
1 million.
flop each time, man. It really is.
Pass.
And another bink with the worst hand for Colin. What can you say?
Yeah, really putting on a clinic thus far, heads up. Sensing some weakness, lots of limping stabs. Playing very well, very aware at the moment that Russell is playing fairly tight. Looking for a spot to land that knockout blow, grinding Russell down.
Yeah, very effective strategy, the limp and stab versus two passive opponents. And he gets even the walk here with the 3 deuce. Typically 6-5, another hand you want to play from the button. 15 big blinds deep and heads up, you want to at least come in with the limp.
We will see if Russell can find a gear change or if Colin will continue to motor to victory. Colin on the button with the 6-3 of diamonds.
Hey, this cash, I'll be playing the main tomorrow.
Pass.
I played that.
Our first walk of the heads up, I believe, from Colin.
Yeah, surprised to see that. He has been raising the 7 deuce offsuit, and Russell has not been fighting back in any pots basically. So yeah, a little bit surprised to see the fold here with 6-3 suited, but let's not be too tough on him. It is a very speculative hand.
Sorry, I was thinking of, I don't know why, but I thought of Kent when you said hope. Nah, give it, mate.
Pass.
You're not, are you?
I'm not, yeah, born and bred, mate. I'm a DC original, so making it to a final table here is quite special for me.
This is a nice story.
And on we go. Now Russell, can he make this one work? Pocket 10s, monster hand heads up.
Call.
Colin does continue with limp.
Raise. 3 million. And pass.
Does take it down with the 3x from the big blind.
A good sizing here by Russell, 15 big blinds. No need to go much bigger here with an ISO raise from the big blind. 3x is totally fine. Sadly, Colin doesn't have any hand to pay him off.
Yep, for sure. We've got to balance our value with bluffs in that spot. For sure. X looks good.
I'm just enjoying myself.
It was a fault from Seed Force, so C2 is winning the pot straight away. Apologies.
So you're going to go to Malta regardless of whether you win this, right? So it's a nice little Brucey bonus for you.
Flew from Malta, yeah. Well,
Call
for the airport.
check.
Colin continuing the limp strategy with a strong holding, King Jack. Says he didn't look at his cards. Russell flops big, top and bottom pair. Colin with 2 overcards and backdoor straight and flush draws.
And Russell leading out
Oh,
again,
wow.
just as we've seen in the Jack 10 hand.
Check.
This is going to work out beautifully for Russell. Is going to induce a bluff from Colin. And can Russell find a turn slow play?
Seed Force is all in.
Does pull the trigger with jam.
Yes.
I mean, if Colin ever holds a hand that has the King of Hearts in, it's pretty nice to have some shoves here, because you're just gonna get like almost 20% equity to fold, or to get it in very, very bad.
Is for sure. Looks like about 10 million to call.
12.4.
I believe into a pot of 24. May consider himself to be priced in. Yeah, 9.4 to call to win 20.4 in there. Tough spot this now, Manny, for Colin.
Yeah, he just needs to figure out how alive is my King and my Jack. Does Russell ever do that with a hand that just only has the 9 of Hearts? If that's the case, we're gonna call. If that's not the case, we're gonna fold.
Colin does find the fold. Was in pretty bad shape. Nice pickup for Russell. Needing some momentum. Finds it with the flop 2 pair and turn check jam. Gets himself back to 20 big blinds. And all it takes is one double.
I'll let you know when it's taken 10 seconds. And I'm going to give you a countdown for the last 5 seconds. No? And if the time goes away, your hand is automatically folded.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
I actually had King Jack with the King of Hearts.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Potential clash here, Manuel. 2 big hands in heads up.
Yeah, definitely standard V-pip hand from the button. Could be a raise, could be a limp, depending on your overall strategy. Colin with an absolute monster. Now, do you induce 3-bet or do you just ship it in for 18 big blinds?
I would induce with this hand for sure. Russell is going to have enough worse hands that could be incentivized to 4-bet jam. I think when we jam, there's too many snap folds for Russell. Colin does make it 8 million. Russell cannot continue with the suited King 5. Opening up that chip lead once more. This is Heads Up, guys, in the poker listed championship event. This is the Festival Series, Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We are approaching the end of this tournament. Crowning a champion within the next hour or so, you would suspect.
C2 is all in. Pass.
Colin beginning to put the hammer down, and the players are now going on a 20-minute break, guys. So myself and Manuel will step away from the booth. We will see you back here in 20 minutes for the conclusion of this heads up.
Pass.
I haven't used it yet, no, because it has some trouble verifying my address. But I want to get it set up for Monte Carlo.
Call. Check.
All right, everybody, and we are back with the Heads Up battle for the Poker Listings Championship final day at the Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham, UK. The Poker Festival Series first warm-up event, and there's a lot to play for on the line. Russell fighting against Colin. Colin with a 3-1 chip lead at this point. My name is Manuel Zapf. Thank everybody for being here with us. It's been a very entertaining tournament so far. We started with 16 players today, and now 14 players later, we have a heads-up battle between these two. So far, it's all been Colin, but that can change very quickly. As you all know, heads-up is intense, and they can be very quick all-ins. So let's get right back into the action with those two fighting for the additional Malta package worth 1,600 euros. And I believe another roughly 700 pounds after the agreed deal is on the line as well. Russell here with a 7-8 offsuit from the button. Definitely like to see him VPip this hand. And Colin can go either way here. King 9, fairly strong heads-up hand. He decides to shove here. Blinds at 600k, 1.2 million for the big blind. So Russell rather short with 14 big blinds, fighting for survival here. Colin with a beautiful looking 6-5 suited on the button, probably electing to continue his limping strategy, which he does. And Russell with a fairly easy all-in here for 13 bigs. These offsuit aces tend to not play too well as an ISO race. Just a little bit too good of a hand. Too bad of a hand. Many equity shifts. So you just want to jam this one. But he elects to ISO raise, flopping. Poor both of them. Classical case of whoever puts aggression down first wins the pot. Scary board though. None of the players want to risk it for the biscuit yet.
Good spot here for Colin to take a stab. Look to fold out some one pair hands, some ace highs. And of course, with the backup of our flush draw, if we do get called. Wow, Russell! Out
And
of
there we
nowhere,
have it.
Russell finds the check pile on the 4-card straight board. What did he have on the break, Manuel?
Well, whatever he had, maybe he listened to us, I don't know. We wanted to see more aggression from him. And did he deliver in the second hand after the break?
Russell, I take it all back, baby. What a play. Beautiful work. Picks his timing to perfection. Check shoving over the stab with the 6-5 of diamonds and takes it down. Beautiful work. Look at this. He's had some Weetabix. Do you know what Weetabix is, Manuel, in Germany? He has had his Weetabix.
Well, I did not know what it was until I came to the English-speaking country of Malta, where the Brits implemented the Weetabix into the supermarkets a long time ago.
This is the culture of our wonderful nation, Great Britain. We're out in Malta. You could have a wonderful paella. You could have a continental breakfast, or you can have imported Weetabix. I know what I'm choosing, baby. Russell, you're back. Now, potential clash here. Colin could be in some trouble. 17 big blinds deep. King Jack, a very strong hand, may struggle to get away here. And he does open shove. Russell is not going to fold this. I believe he did jam the button. Russell with a very easy call heads up. Cannot be folding this. Russell, don't do it. You just played two wonderful pots. He does make the call, and he is going to be thrilled to see Colin's holdings. Gets it in as a dominant 74% favorite. And all of a sudden, if Russell wins this pot, he will take the chip lead. Deuce 3-3 on the flop. Nothing to be concerned about for Russell. Just a jack working against him. Turn is a 4.
Quite some opportunities out there.
Yeah. Any 4 or deuce will give a chop, but no. And just like that, Russell takes the chip lead from Colin. What a recovery, Manuel.
Yeah, I mean, we've almost... we did him a little bit wrong. We thought he was already out of here. It was all Colin the first 45 minutes of the heads up. And now look who is chip leading. Just 2 hands it takes sometimes. And you are the favorite to win this tournament all of a sudden.
The perils of heads-up poker, as we know, only takes a couple of all-ins and everything can change. All of the strong work of Colin has been erased for the time being. As we can see, Russell winning a 45 million chip pot. Colin down to 31 million. Crazy times. Hannah Disco in the chat says, have we got the final table results, please? Well, when we were three-handed, our players did make a deal. Russell taking home the lion's share of £5,200. Colin with 4,300, and our third place finisher, JJ Hazan, took home 3.7k. They are still playing for £700 extra heads up, and courtesy of the festival series, there is an additional €1,600 package to the festival series in Malta. That is up top for the winner. So around about 2.5k still left to play for heads up. And Russell, with that all-in win, retakes the chip lead. And it's back to the grind for Colin. For anybody just joining us, this is Heads Up in the Festival Poker Listings Final. Russell versus Colin for the title and that extra package, as I just referenced. Blinds 600,000, 1.2 million, around about 30 big blinds deep effective stack. Colin has work to do to recover after an unfortunate cooler, Manny. Not too much he could do there. 17 bigs deep with King Jack. You're going to run it often.
Yeah, if you're going to get it in there, you get it in very live most of the times. You need to be very unfortunate to run in a hand that dominates you. Well, he was unfortunate. that happens. We still have 30 million, time to recover, time to focus. Everything is still possible.
Yeah, Colin doesn't strike me as the type who's going to get too flustered. Seems very confident in his heads-up game. So we will see how things develop. Now Russell finding momentum with the ace-king. Monster hand heads up.
Yeah, if the right flop comes down here, there could be happening some fireworks. We have been waiting for it. We haven't had that one cooler flop yet. And this is all Russell now. He is on a heater.
Yeah, huge flop. 2 overcards. Second nut flush draw. Expect this to go check, bet, fold. Nothing Colin can do on this board. Does pitch the 8-6 of clubs. And just like that, the momentum has fully switched in Russell's favor.
So what does that do to your head? Obviously, you're in the break. You're down 1, 2, 3 chip lead. You come back. You say, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take my spots. Maybe I get lucky. Maybe I can be even in stacks, and then we take it from there." Suddenly, you're chip leading 2 hands later.
Yeah, as we know, heads up especially, probably the purest form of the game. You have to really be sharp mentally, not get too swept away either positively or negatively. It's going to be swingy. There's going to be ups and downs. Even if you take a few unfortunate beats or find yourself in a few unfortunate spots, you can always recover. I think important in heads up just to take your time. The action's fast. You're playing every single hand. Always important to try and stay relaxed. Colin, I don't see getting stressed by this situation. Although he does continue to run into dominating hands, it's going to be difficult to come back.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get the shove from those hands, I see a big chance of Colin coming back. Because if both players whiff the flop, he is the favorite to win because he shows more post-flop aggression.
For sure. Now, Russell flopping a gut shot. Does just defend pre with the king 10 of hearts. Interesting. Russell, he has shown that he likes to donk these flops. We've seen this a few times throughout the stream. Let's see if Colin can sniff this out. Really shouldn't be too much leading from Russell here. Lacks ace-x in his hand at the stack depth.
The problem the last...
Colin... Yeah, go on. Carry
the
on,
problem
Manny.
the last 2 times Russell has done that. It's been with a 2-pair flopped and with a flop straight. So this is the first time he chose to do this with a holding that's not premium. Maybe Colin picked up on that.
Yeah, is going to work. Possible consideration from Colin there is that some of his donk lead bluffs may indeed contain a king. Hands like king jack, king 10. And so for us to hold a king with our 6, not ideal. And all of a sudden, the momentum is just all Russell. Opens up a 2-1 chip lead. Grinding Colin down to 20 bigs. Tight fold on the button. We have seen Russell make a few of these. Does give Colin a walk. And on we go. Once more, Colin finding himself on the wrong side of the hole cards. Does elect just to walk the jack 6.
Yeah, maybe a little bit momentum playing in there as well. Russell really running over him after the break. The speed of the recovery he had is really sensational.
Yeah, sometimes, especially in heads up, if the momentum has switched like this, you can sometimes decide to kind of fold the bottom part of your range just to sort of gather your thoughts. Jack 6, typically we would want to enter the pot, but sometimes, you know, folding the weakest hands when you're feeling a little punch drunk, not the worst strategy in the world. Russell returns the favor, gives Colin a walk. No action for his Jack 10 suited. As you can see, Russell with a roundabout a 2-1 chip lead. We are heads up. Playing for an additional £700. The players made a deal earlier. 5.2k pounds for Russell, 4.3 for Colin. They are playing for another £700 plus that extra €1,600 package to Malta, which takes place, the Festival Series Malta taking place the end of May. For all things Festival Series related, schedules, upcoming events, please visit thefestival.com. And Dusk Till Dawn, our location here in Nottingham. If you want to check out our socials, at DTD Club, at DTD Live, please do on Twitter and Instagram. And check out at the Festival OG on those same platforms. Colin.
Another interesting flop here. Russell connecting with it quite a bit. Colin with the betting lead. Will be very interesting to see what happens. But this face looks like the face of a man who is going to lay down his hand.
Yeah, we have seen a fair few of these situations where Russell definitely playing too tight, 2 overcards, a gut shot to the nut straight. Very tight fold. Colin will be thrilled to pick that up with just a 9 high. Does take it down. Slowly, slowly chipping away, trying to re-climb the mountain.
Very nice hand here for Russell on the button with pocket nines. Absolute monster heads up. He's definitely going to raise it up to 2.5 million. And Colin with a rather standard defend, I would say.
For sure. And the jacket has come off. It's business time. Very safe flop for the 9s. King 8-8 rainbow.
It'll be interesting to see if he bets.
From what we've seen of Russell, I do expect c-bet. Tends to like to take control once he has opened with a raise. Favouring the larger sizing once again. Really nothing Colin can do to defend against 2/3 pot. Does take it down once more. As you see the chip stacks in front of you, 50 million for Russell. And Colin, 27 million, still very much in the hunt for this Poker Listings Championship trophy. Back into the action we go. Russell continues to pick up premium hands heads up. Colin comes with raise, 2.5x. You'd like to see a shove here, Manny, with the 6s.
Yeah, very mandatory shove with pocket 6s. You're going to shove a lot of hands here. 20 big blinds heads up is not very deep. You want to protect your equity. You even get called by worse hands. And yeah, I think that is exactly what happened. Or at least he 3-bet and took it down. One of the two.
Russell finds the jam. Important for Colin here not to get too distressed. It can feel like you're being outplayed, right? When you play heads up, very often you can feel like your opponent is running you over. But as we have seen in the graphics, he's just been on the wrong end of most of the pre-flop matchups and post-flop too.
Yeah, heads up is very tricky, especially when you think you have an edge over the opponent. It can be very frustrating.
This would tilt the life out of me. You've just lost about 6 hands in a row. You wake up with the pocket jacks and you get the walk. You really hate to see it if you're Colin.
Yeah, exactly. And he didn't even ask for a walk like JJ did earlier, waving his Tesco card.
We got to get that clipped somehow. Any genius mods in the chat, we need the clip. I need that to be made into a GIF. Colin walks the button with the 4-5. Russell with another very nice hand. King 9 of clubs gets walked.
I think now is good. Let's see. Yeah, it's it.
20 seconds.
No, I think it's good now. Yeah, it's 30, 30, 30. I fixed it.
Yeah, heads up very special. Little bit too much walks for my taste, but you don't get to train heads up very often, especially as a tournament player. I basically never play heads up.
Fold.
And another walk with the king 5. Very strong hand, heads up, king high. Yes, another example of a hand we should not be walking the opponent, especially in position, which we have in heads up from the small blind, which is the button as well.
Absolutely. Colin does wake up with a premium hand heads up at 20 bigs effective. Pocket sixes, he'll be thrilled to see it.
There probably won't be much action unless he decides to limp once more.
With limp. I like limp. Type of hand that we do like to induce a raise from our opponent so that we can limp jam. And it's going to work out beautifully if the board texture doesn't radically change. Colin with sixes and fives. Russell has caught 2 pair 5s and 3s. Again with the donk lead. Leads for pot. Colin with the call with pocket sixes. Quick check, check turn. I would like to see Colin go for some river value here. If he takes his time. Going to be a lot of 3x in Russell's range. Basically no ace-x. Not many 5x are going to play like this. Does check it back though and takes down a nice pot. Slowly back to chipping away at Russell's chip lead.
Yeah, it's always the problem. Is the opponent capable of ever calling a 3 here? If he doesn't think that's the case, I do agree with you. We do have the hand most of the times, but you need to get called as well. If he believes that's the case, then we should attack that 3x and get some additional value.
You know me, Manny. I'm a very greedy man. It's going to take a lot for me not to go for it there. But yeah, check seems fine. Mali in the chat. This is a 30-minute delay coming from Dusk Till Dawn card room in Nottingham. The festival series is in full swing. This is the Poker Listings Championship final table. Russell limping the button with the 3-4 off. Flopping very well. Like this bet. Going to get a lot of folds from better hands.
Another big sizing here.
Yeah, really making it difficult for Colin to continue. Oh, wow. Colin finds the check raise and Russell jams. Wow. He has really stepped up the aggression heads up. Snap jams over the check raise. Colin forced to fold the queen high.
Definitely playing back now. Colin with a very nice check raise, especially in a limp pot. The big blind has so many deuce X. You can attack the stabs here. Having 2 overcards, having the queen of hearts, like the raise. Russell picks up on it, jams the 4-3, and takes down a big pot here.
That happened so fast. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that, Russell extends the chip lead up to 55 million.
And bang, 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 just like that. We got our first raid of the night. Thank you so much. Suxbe is raiding with a party of 25. Appreciate it. Welcome everybody to the heads up of the Poker Listings Championship final day.
You love to see it. Welcome along, everybody. We have a titanic heads up battle in progress. Colin initially had himself up to a 4-1 chip lead. Russell rallying. Very interesting turn card here. Colin, I believe limp called a flop bet from Russell. Russell now betting again. Interesting. Whether this is a bluff or if this is for pure value. Very difficult for Colin to continue. Does get the fold. Some very non-standard lines, Manuel, from Russell, but it is working out beautifully so far.
Maybe it was a merge bet, Picasso.
I would not like to try and dissect that hand, my friend. I was trying to open the door for you.
No, I mean, he does have the additional open-ender to the pair. I guess it just makes things a little bit easier. Once he checks and faces a big bet on the river, maybe he finds himself in a situation where he doesn't really know what to do. So maybe taking the easier approach here with a rather small bet, and works out. Gets the worst hand to fold, which is obviously not what you want, but I think he's happy to just take down the pot right there.
Absolutely. Forcing the fold from the King 7 of Colin. For those of you just joining us, welcome. We are Heads Up, Poker Listings Championship final table. Very swingy heads up battle. Russell and Colin going at it. Looking to take down the title and the additional €1,600 package to the next event in Malta, courtesy of the Festival Series. We have a limp from Colin. Russell is going to check his option with Jack 5. Colin continuing his strategy of limp stab, takes it down post.
Yeah, it has been working out for him. He had a few bad setups, but I think if he continues the limp stab, try to keep the pots small, play a lot of pots in position from the button, show a lot of aggression with tiny bet sizes, I think he can really still take this down.
Going for the approach of death by 1,000 cuts. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Take lots of small pots. You can win the tournament. No problem at all. This could be a big clash. Will not be surprised to see this go in. 15 bigs effective. Russell with the suited ace deuce. This could be it, Manny.
I believe it can. Russell has been showing that he likes his ace highs. He's willing to commit his stack. Made this big bluff with the ace 3 earlier. I believe he's going for it. Also, he has seen Colin shove King Jack offsuit. Maybe that's in his mind as well, but he lets it go. What about that?
He folded, yeah. To the 16 bigs rejam. Don't hate fold in the long term. Gonna be in bad shape a good amount of the time. Very close though, very close. But for 16 bigs against a capable opponent, probably have to run that one. Colin does get the fold. Back to the limping strategy on the button. 6-7 off. Oh, excuse me. Diz does change it up and come with 2.7 million. As the heads up in this Poker Listings Championship final continues. The players did make a deal three-handed. Russell locking up 5.2k. Colin with 4.3. They are playing for another £700 plus a €1,600 package for the winner. Squire. Love to see it. Living legend in the chat. Russell really has changed gears as this heads up has progressed. Very passive approach early doors. He has lit the blue touch paper, got himself into position to take down this title.
Yeah, it's really been working out for him. He's on a run now ever since the break, and he must feel good about it. And of course, once you're sitting there and your opponent is in the 13 big blind range, you are thinking it could be over any hand soon. And you're hoping for it. You're trying to get that all-in situation to just finish it up, have a good night drink, and take home that money plus the package.
Absolutely, and get ready for the main event. Day one's running, guys, are £450, 200k. 4 day ones running Wednesday to Friday. I believe the first one will be close to being in the books. And yeah, we look forward to covering the final day and final table of the main on Sunday. Myself and Manuel will be in the booth. Now Colin looking to continue his fight back. Limps to King 5. Some potential for a check back flop. Does continue with the min bet stab. And unfortunately for him, Russell with nothing to continue with does fold.
Yeah, potential trap here with the King 5 on the rainbow board, but also a very, very strong hand. I don't mind the bet. You basically have the nuts in that scenario, so you want to generate value.
Yeah, you can go either way. I think against a passive opponent post like Russell has been, don't mind sprinkling in some checks. But yeah, obviously never a mistake to bet your top pair. Now Russell on the button with the Queen 5. We have seen him make a few too many open folds. Another one to the collection. Definitely a hand we're going to want to VPip, especially 15 bigs deep.
Yeah, it's been a few of those, even some king highs that he open folded from the button. You just need to get yourself in there with basically every kind of garbage hand you're dealt. Otherwise, blinds are going to eat you up, especially if you have an aggressive opponent.
Yep, for sure.
16, yeah. Yes.
Colin looks as if he is going to raise.
3.6.
Suited Brunson, not doing nothing with that.
Some nice awareness from Colin. Changing gears, finding some open raises, even at a shallow stack depth. Gets one through. So Russell, 50 million chips, which is only good for 30 big blinds. We are playing on a 30-minute clock. Coming to you on a 30-minute delay, guys, from Dust Till Dawn Card Room in Notts. This is the conclusion of the Poker Listings final table.
And to everybody in the Twitch chat, make sure to give Suxbe, who just rated us with a party of 25, make sure to go to his Twitch channel and give him a follow. He plays poker as well. We are not controlling the Twitch right now from here, so we can't give you a shout out, sadly, via Twitch. So we try to do it just with our voices.
Beautifully put, Mr. Zapf. Colin slowly chipping away at Russell's chip lead. Does seem to have changed gears. Picking some open raises now instead of limps. Perhaps recognizing that Russell is not defending wide enough pre.
Yeah, the heads up has been going on for quite a while. Maybe he saw some hands. Maybe his friends wrote him, hey, I've seen the guy fold to this and this hand to a re-raise or to a raise. You should go and raise all of your buttons. Very, very possible.
Yeah, the beauty of heads up, always important to be aware. Adjust your strategy based on how your opponent is playing. Russell with another weak hand on the button. Will
I'd be
he-
very surprised to see him play this, since we've seen him open fold Queen 5 and King 5.
Yeah, does walk Colin. And the chip counts are slowly beginning to equalize once more.
Who will win? The man who wins all the small pots, or the man who wins the big ones?
Colin, it's your turn.
Colin on his way to winning more chips with the pocket queens.
Check.
Does switch it up with a limp. Looking to set the trap. Unfortunately for him, no piece for Russell. Another good candidate for flop check here.
That is 1.9.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This time even more. Well, I like the pre-flop trap though. Queen's not particularly a hand in a tournament scenario that you want to trap a lot when you have a full table. But in heads up, everything changes.
I can't believe that I'm casually pushing in what I considered my entire
Ranges are so wide that queens are so high up in your range that you can definitely limp the button at this stack depth.
Absolutely, you can. Now, two stronger holdings. Russell with the Queen Jack suited. Powerhouse hand, especially heads up. Colin with the King 10. We are going to see action here.
Yes, just a minimum raise or
Has there ever been a time you wanted to see a Broadway flop more than now?
Absolutely not. Never once in my existence on this earth. Now would be the time. Give us the King, Queen, Jack. How about it? Or is that asking for too much?
Oh, that's
well,
pretty good.
Not, we may not get to a flop because Colin is all in.
the last time I went out in this building was with this hand.
Russell facing an 18 big blind rejam. Might be time to spin the wheel, Manuel.
I mean, Queen Jack suited doing great against many hands. If Colin is ever jamming his Jack 10s, Queen 10s here, it's doing even better. But this is the time now. I think Russell said many times, I have not used one of my time cards the entire tournament. Now he needs to do it.
Critical moment in this heads up. He wants to call. Is now the time.
31, 32, 33 exactly. 33 million.
We're pretty close in chips, bro.
Russell agonizing over the decision. Another time bank played. He steps away. He steps away from the table. Colin doesn't look too distressed. Manuel, this is your chance to get your 20 euros back. Is he calling?
Oh my goodness. I am very scared to bet on that.
Call.
He does make the call, and here we go.
So close to say call.
I like the call. This is it. This could be it. Russell, if he can run down the King 10 of Colin, will be our champion. If Colin holds, he will hold a huge chip lead.
Oh, look how cool and calm and collected. It's coming, it's just like, yeah, it's it, call, cheers.
Ace, ace, 4 with one heart on the flop.
Yeah, Russell looking for hearts here.
One of the safest flops in the deck for Colin. Turn no good. Russell drawing 2-6 outs, or he is going to be on fumes. Can Colin hold? Yes, he can. 6 on the river. huge double for Colin.
Sir?
Russell, all that good work undone in the coin flip scenario, down to 6 bigs.
Exactly 33 million.
We did not get the Broadway flop or turn that we asked for, Manny. A big hold for Colin. It takes a commanding chip lead heads up.
Yeah, Russell believing in the Queen Jack of Hearts here, but sadly for Russell, Valentine's Day was yesterday.
Oh, you love the Valentine's Day gig. Gaff bit. I don't know, Manny. It might be time to retire it, my friend.
All right, that was the last one for the entire week, I promise.
Don't make promises that you cannot keep. Colin, up to 70 million in chips.
Yes, sir.
Will be looking to land the death blow on Russell. It's been a good battle heads up. Russell will be hoping that he can fight back one more time.
Yeah, that was the first huge pot, as I said before. Colin winning all the small pots. Now he's got a big one, and now we are down to 6 big blinds. This could be ending very soon, Andrew.
Absolutely. Colin aware here that his suited jack more than good enough to set in his opponent for 6 bigs. Unfortunately for Russell, he cannot find the call. Russell not finding what he wants at this stage of the heads up. Guys, just to make you aware, we will be back tomorrow with the next edition of our Cash Game Challenge. Please join us. We should be kicking off around about 6:30 UK time with a 5-10 no limit game with a £25 mandatory straddle. Should be some very big pots. Please join us tomorrow here at DTD in Nottingham. And coming into the weekend, we will be back covering more tournament poker, the 1K high roller, and on Sunday, the main event will come to a conclusion. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf will be in the booth for all of it. And we are still in the booth here. Can Russell fight back down to 4 bigs? Colin looking to land the knockout blow. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Manuel.
10-6 offsuit, actually close to a call here. Closer than you think with the 4 big blinds behind, and Russell finds the fold though. He was behind, but he needs to get it in very soon. Maca Builds in the Twitch chat is looking forward to the 4-5-6 tomorrow. I believe he is talking about PLO.
Yeah, sounds like a mixed game to me. And Russell just not finding it. Not finding what he needs. There are a few worse feelings in poker than being dealt out when you're this short. Might have to run this one, Manuel. 3 bigs.
And he is.
Here we go. Colin, 63% favorite to win the tournament right here. Can Russell connect with the 5-6 off and hang on?
Good luck, guys.
Queen, Jack 4, 2 diamond flop. Oh, we get the action turn. Colin makes a pair of 7s, but Russell can survive with a 3 or an 8. 8 outs. And we have our champion. Colin Lovelock wins the Poker Listings Championship. Wins himself £5,200 plus the €1,600 package, plus that wonderful graphic novel that we saw them flashing around. And guys,
Great.
Yeah, Manny, please.
Great performance by Colin all over the final table. Great performance in heads up specifically. Very well deserved win. Shoutouts to the entire final table. It was a really good poker to comment on. Bravo, Colin, and of course, bravo, Andrew, for outstanding commentary performance today.
Thank you very much, my friend. As always, a pleasure to have you in the booth. Thank you to all the viewers, and congratulations to Colin once more for taking down the title. Guys, that's it for us for tonight. We will be back tomorrow for that 5-10-25 cash game. Please join us at around about 6:30 UK time. And all that remains for me to do, we will congratulate Colin one more time. GG, my friend. Russell, very well played. You put up a valiant effort. GG to the players. Manuel, thanks for joining me, my friend. Everybody else, good night from us at DTD at the Festival Series in Nottingham. And we will see you tomorrow and through the rest of the week. Good night.
Someone is making King 7 famous now.
Thank you very much.
Someone is making King 7 famous now.
Yes.